Hypocrisy.
You're muted. I can't hear you. Nope. Nothing.
This one, no.
Now it is. There you go.
Wait, this one works. Okay.
It works.
Yeah. Fucking hell. What's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. With me today is the wonderful Megan Fox. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm coming to you from Mr. Fox's creepy basement office, which is really bizarre for me. And like I'm surrounded by like all these saws and things. And I put like some candles behind me because I couldn't take the overwhelming masculinity of it all.
Does he have any victims taped up just off camera, like waiting?
Oh my gosh.
You're like, no, it'll be fine. Just let me do this interview and then your fingers are gone. Don't worry about it.
But the good news is I got into his whiskey stash down here. Ooh. And I've got like 6 bottles. I need you to pick one for me because I've never tried any of these.
Okay. I am an expert in this field.
But you might have things to get to first. So I'll let you run your show. How about that?
I guess. So real quick, I'm so sorry I was late. So Lady Rackets and I, well, that I'm not sorry for. This is just, my punishment will be monkeypox. Okay. But so Lady Rackets and I were watching a TV show and I thought that we had plenty of time to watch it, but it was like the first episode of a season. And I think it was a little longer. And so I'm sitting there and I'm like, when's this going to be over? This TV show, this episode's kind of dragging. So I pulled out my tablet and I'm like, 11:06. Fuck. I gotta go. What the hell? So anyway, I did not mean to be as late. The 1 to 2 minutes late, that's normal. That's where I live. Yeah, it was.
I bet last time when I was here, I bet you would be 4 minutes late. You were literally 4 minutes late. Exactly. I win. It's like, I'm like in your head somehow. I don't know how, but we're so similar. In fact, I'm still catching up on the last stream because I haven't been able to concentrate. I have too much to do. But when you started talking about the Great Wolf Lodge, I almost fell out of my chair because that's literally where we take our kids.
Yeah.
And it's just so funny. And the fat jokes, look, it's just true. People go to water parks for some reason. It's like fat heaven. And if you I go to the one in Wisconsin Dells because I'm from Chicago.
Yeah.
And so we always used to go to Wisconsin Dells. It was just a quick 3-hour drive. And now my in-laws live up there. So we still go there, even though we're in New York and it's a lot longer. There's one in Pennsylvania, I think, that's not too far. But anyway, when you go to Wisconsin, I mean, literally me, 30 pounds overweight, I am the Cindy Crawford of Wisconsin.
Look, in Wisconsin Dells, if people don't know this, it's actually against the law to walk in a straight line without waddling in Wisconsin Dells. Like you have to, I can't wait to find the German buffet. So that's the way it goes. It's a terrible place in many ways.
Las Vegas for children. Everything, the upside down White House, and there's like, I don't know, dinosaurs everywhere. And
we always go to that
lights.
Shitty restaurant with the train that brings the food around.
Yeah. What was that called?
I don't. It's called. This costs too much for a really like an overcooked dry hamburger. That's what it's called. Yes. But then we have to go to the arcade, and that's in the same building, and waste like an hour. We usually we stop in Wisconsin Dells when we drive down to my parents' place in Florida, because it's like a good, like 6-7 hours into the drive from where we are. And so it's like right before you go to Chicago and try not to get murdered, you stop in Wisconsin Dells and you have dinner at some stupid gimmicky restaurant. And then you drive as fast as you can and try and get past Gary, Indiana, so that you get to live through the day. But
Gary is almost as scary as Chicago.
I think it's scarier,
maybe scarier because it's so dead that if you did disappear in Gary, if something bad happened to you in Gary, Indiana, no one would witness it. It just, they never hear from you again.
Yeah, that's the thing. In Chicago, it's big enough that there are some safe places. Gary is just shady straight through. So last time we were coming back from Florida and I stopped intentionally about 20 miles before Gary, Indiana. Okay. I'm like, I'm not driving through this thing. And this is right as the Kenosha riots are happening too.
Oh, great.
So I'm like,
Perfect.
So we stop at this nice hotel outside of Gary. And I'm like, okay, when we wake up, everybody go to the bathroom twice, because I don't want to stop between now and past most of Wisconsin, like into the safe parts of Wisconsin where there's just cows and then people who look like cows. That's all I want. I don't want to see any city at all when we stop next. So the kids go to the bathroom. We get in the car. We start driving. It says, "Welcome to Gary." What the hell happens?
I have to go to the bathroom.
My 8-year-old. I got to go to the bathroom. Bad. Are you kidding me? Like, really?
This car doesn't stop in Gary, son.
Yeah. It was like, come on. You just went 10 minutes ago. It was, oh God, fucking kids.
They're the worst. No, for real, the worst.
They're a mess. But anyway, yeah, we did the Great Wolf Lodge thing. It was really nice. It costs a flipping fortune, but it was good to let the kids just kind of unwind and play. And their cousins were there. So there were 9 children and 4 adults, which was just stupid. But we had a good time.
It always sounds like a good idea. And then you get there, and like you said, all you're doing is worrying the small ones are drowning and that the big ones are being trafficked. I mean, it's just like
literally, yes. My wife's sitting there the whole time, like, where's this one, that one, that one, that one, that. I'm like, he's 14, he can go on a slide. It's like, she's like, no, someone will take them.
Yes.
And they might be, they might actually be taken. It's terrifying. But anyway, so today though, we're here to discuss things and stuff. And one of the things to discuss is a letter that you received from David, the grab ass Shane. I don't even know if it's alleged anymore. I haven't decided.
It's a 3-page letter. I mean, this is some serious legal eagle writing that probably cost him, I don't know, what do you think? $1,000 for a 3-page letter?
Very, very possible. Depends on who he gets to write it, but
well, her name was Roberta wait, what was her name? Rebecca Kaufman. I almost said Roberta Kaplan. That would have been even funnier. The Time's Up lawyer. No, this is Rebecca Kaufman. And I have no idea. She works with Bergeson, attorneys at law.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Wait, it's Silicon Valley's leading business litigation law firm.
Oh.
Daniel J. Bergeson, John Cook, Rebecca Nell Kaufman, Carolyn McIntyre. There's a litany of attorneys here. It's not the biggest firm, but it's not small by any means. It looks like they got enough attorneys. 9 of them? No, 13 of them.
Well, I really hope this cost him $500 an hour and for about 10 hours.
I would think so. Who wrote this one? Let's see.
It was Rebecca Kaufman. Do we have a picture? Do you have a picture of her?
Yep, I do.
Oh, good.
I do. Hold on. We're gonna pull this up. We got what? She's a partner at the firm. So yeah, this cost a lot.
Oh, a partner.
Let's see what happened to her fucking picture. The way they have their. Oh, I bet. There we go. Perfect. Okay. trying to get it pulled up. The way that they have their, never mind. I'll show you. I can't describe these things. So here's Rebecca Kaufman.
Oh my goodness. All right,
got,
that is the most unlawyerly picture I've ever seen in my life. What is she advertising? Not lawyer services,
and there's
surely.
pictures of me out there. So that's saying something.
What
so
is
here's
she
what
doing?
I mean. So notice when I zoom out, it gets weird. Like the painting. This is what I was dealing with, was I loaded the page like this.
Oh my goodness, that's bizarre. I've never
Yeah.
seen a picture of a lawyer, a professional photo like this. Did she do glamour shots?
And look, I think if we let this thing go down a little bit, there's some action. But anyway, so she went to Cardozo School of Law and UC Berkeley. Let's see, media law.
Berkeley.
And her counsel on First Amendment rights, online defamation, media law, product disparagement, rights of publicity and privacy, and crisis management. She advises prominent individuals, companies, and institutions. She works seamlessly with clients, public relations, business, and criminal defense teams to exert their rights and to prevent and repair damage to their reputations and livelihoods. Well, let's see how she did.
Oh God.
Okay, so not for publication.
That's my favorite part.
If a lawyer wrote that on there, it's definitely not getting public.
Can you imagine writing something like that?
No.
And then sending it to someone that you don't know and like, not for publication or what? Or what is the question?
Every time someone came to my office and said, I want to cease and desist, I said, okay, but let me just tell you what happens when you send a cease and desist. Here's the way they can respond. They can just go, no. Because all you did was say stop with some words, and all they have to do is just say no.
Well, I've always thought that cease and desist letters are for people who are not serious, because if you were serious about suing, you wouldn't warn that person, because part of the joy of suing a person, and I know this personally, is the hanging piano on the wire over the head. You want to drop that piano on their head with the process server and get that ultimate, smack. You don't want to give them a warning.
And sometimes some states, I don't know, it depends on what their strategy is, but some states do have a requirement for some sort of letter. It's not always a cease and desist, but like Texas, there's the Texas Defamation Mitigation Act, for example. You have to send them a list of things that you want them to retract. And then they have to either, if they retract those things, it mitigates the damages by statute. And if you don't send that letter, then you actually can't maintain a suit. So in Texas, it matters. I don't know, there's no state listed on here. They're in California. I don't know where you are. I don't know if
they would be sending that to corporate headquarters, which is in Virginia.
Okay,
so I'm in New York State. I'm in New York State, so I'm like near Rochester.
And I'm not sure Virginia has any requirement for that at all. So who knows? Should we just start reading this thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, we'll do it. Chat, by the way, we're going to talk about this for a little bit. This will be fun. I love cease and desist letters. They're one of my favorite things to review. So we're going to read this, and then we're going to talk about some other stuff too. What do we got on the agenda? We got Ezra Miller. He's like, apparently grooming children, unrelentingly. That's going on. Tomorrow is the Democrats' attempt to garner votes by having the January 6th commission hearings starting live.
Are you going to cover that? Are you going to stream it?
Here's the deal. I can't stream tomorrow's live, but I will stream it on my night show. And then the next one is on Monday at 10 a.m., which I believe I will be streaming live. But I can't do tomorrow's because my kids are in vacation Bible school.
I love
And
VBS. It's the best.
yes. And my oldest one is acting in the skits for the younger ones. And I kind of have to be there.
Of course you do.
And it's right in the middle
well,
of
if you can't stream,
so.
maybe I will. I'll do it.
Well,
hear that, people? I'll stream it, I think.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I'm doing tomorrow.
I would love it. People go watch you stream it, Viva maybe streaming it, whoever's streaming it, go watch them. Then come to my show and watch me stream it, and you can judge whose jokes are funnier.
I don't want to be put up against that test. That's not fair.
So but yeah, so I will be covering it, and then the I think the next one on Monday will be live that I'll be and I'll be covering that because I don't think I have any conflicts at that time because that one's in the morning. And VBS is over, so that'll be great. Because I am looking forward to making fun of all the kvetching weirdos on Congress or in Congress. So that'll be good. What else is going on? I just want to get a couple more housekeeping things. Of course, tomorrow is also, appeal watch for Vic, as it always is. I would love, oh my God, I would love to bring that case back. If that comes back on appeal, Megan, you will have not seen smug in your life until that day. So we'll have to see if that happens. The other thing I'm watching for, which I think the hearing on this is coming up really soon, is of course the ACLU versus Johnny Depp on the fees, on the fees, which I'm being told is, I'm not being told. I'm being roundly criticized online by the same people who have been criticizing me for 3 years now, because I said the ACLU is a pile of garbage. And then they all insist that because the ACLU asked for $86,000 in fees, that they will get $86,000 in fees.
No,
and they didn't cite the case law. They didn't even look into it. They just said, no, there's a provision for it in the law, so they'll get it, which is baffling to me because they've accused me of not properly researching the law over and over and over again. It's like, but I mean, there's like cases that say specifically that only reasonable fees are covered, and fees on determining what you can and can't send don't count. So we'll see.
Depp's response. Did you see the response to it? Because they basically are saying, yeah, we'll pay you $1,000. You're entitled to like $1,062 for some kind of, I don't know, document collection fee.
The production fees, which is that's the reasonable cost. Is it cost us $1,000 of data and like, some IT guy's time to compile all these documents and put them in on like a DVD or a flash drive or whatever and send them over. Sure, that makes sense. That's the reasonable cost of production. What they're doing though is asking for an additional $84,700 or something in fees that they were charged by lawyers at $800 an hour to review the privilege, or to do a privilege review.
No. I'm sorry. The ACLU lawyers, anyway, they need to lose their lawyer status because how many of them? It took them four lawyers at the ACLU to write that defamatory article. Great job, guys. You don't deserve $800 an hour. You don't even deserve $50 an hour if you cannot do this. Okay, I'm gonna need a drink for this though. So what do you think?
What do we got? What do we got?
We got Black Button Single Barrel Reserve Straight Bourbon Whiskey finished in port casks.
That's probably good. What else you got?
Same thing except finished in apple something. Let's see. Finished in apple. And then there's this, which is Bell Mead Reserve Bourbon.
Oh, Bell Mead's good. Okay.
And then there's how do you say this? Catoctin Creek?
Catoctin Creek, I guess. I don't know.
Catoctin Creek.
I'm making that up. I don't know the actual pronunciation.
That's rye whiskey. And then there's Bardstown Bourbon Company Fusion Series. I don't know. This is a kind of cool looking bottle. I don't know.
You know what? I got a Bardstown right here.
Look at that.
This is a different one. This is the Discovery series. So I don't know. I've never tried Bardstown. Should we try Bardstown together?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, they're different whiskeys, but that's okay. Because they're the same company, which means they're the exact same thing.
That's right.
Yeah. That's how whiskey works.
Oh, I just spilled some on Shane's letter.
That's okay. It can go with his tears.
Oh man.
All right.
It smells pretty good.
Let me get a little.
Chat, take all of them and mix them. Are you trying to kill me? Oh, come on now.
All right. To David Shane.
to David Shane,
who has never seen an ass he can't grab. Oh, I like that.
Not bad.
That was surprising. That was very, very good.
Surprising.
Is yours good or bad?
No, it's good.
Okay. I was like,
it's kind of vanilla-ish.
Mine too.
Cherry. Yeah.
Mine's got some vanilla and maybe some caramel. Something that's sweet. It's got a definite sweetness to it. I like it.
I like it too. It's very good. I like whiskey, and I like drinking it. I especially like Manhattans, but those are so dangerous for me. I have to stay the hell away from Manhattans. I almost brought down the pre-mixed Manhattans that I have, and I was like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Because it's in 2 hours, you're going to be saying things you wish you had never said.
Yep. That's how the show goes. Yellow Flash? Are you familiar with Yellow Flash? Okay, he's another YouTuber. He was covering some of the depth stuff. He's friends with me and Tug and stuff like that. So Yellow Flash got me drunk like a high school girl on Washington apples. I don't know if you've ever had these. It's like drinking Snapple apple, except they get you hammered really fast. I'm just like, these are delicious. You're just pounding them. Don't do that. Strongly. Okay, wait, here we go. Roxas in the chat says, Nick, it's pronounced Catoctin. It's a Western Maryland lake.
Catoctin.
Catoctin.
Okay. That sounds Native American, which Ezra Miller seems to know a lot about. We'll get to that later.
Oh boy. I can't wait for you to get a cease and desist letter from Ezra Miller.
I sent my editor a note today. And I was like, what's the exact definition of child trafficking? And we went over it, and it seems to fit quite well. So that's what I went with.
Sounds good. It sounds good. I hear his cease and desist letters come with choke slams though. So be careful. Be careful. As a female, you're definitely at risk from Ezra Miller. Okay, so here we go. Here's this. R.E. David Shane. Dear Mr. Henderson, is this your boss?
That's chief counsel.
Oh, okay. Chief counsel of the Salem Media Group.
Yes.
Okay. I write on behalf of David Shane in relation to false and per se defamatory allegations that were published in a story by Megan Fox on pjmedia.com entitled Amber Heard's new PR guy, David Shane, needs his own PR guy because he just got #MeToo'd. This is true. That happened.
That happened. And that's a great headline, isn't it?
It's a good one. And the best part is his PR guy is this chick, Rebecca Kaufman. So maybe that's what's defamatory about it. He didn't need one. He had one. She sent you a letter. Ms. Fox accused Mr. Shane of sexual misconduct, which, if I'm not mistaken, you did not at all accuse him of that.
No, I didn't. I actually defended him, but I did not at all. I just said, here's some allegations that are out there, and here's why you shouldn't believe them.
Okay, look, I'm going to accuse David Shane of sexual misconduct right now because I've seen pictures of David Shane and I have no faith in the world. So I know that that man has had sex with something. And so that is sexual misconduct by definition. It should not have happened ever. If you look at discount Stanley Tucci over here, it's like Stanley Tucci with none of the looks or the money.
Stanley Tucci.
It's true.
It is true. He looks just like
Let's
him.
see, can we pull this guy
not as
up?
handsome.
David Shane.
Stanley Tucci was actually super hot back in the day. This guy he's like discount, major discount, dollar store. You could say dollar store Stanley Tucci.
Here we go. David, this is the guy, right? Like, I'm not mistaken. This is that's him, isn't it? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in your chat last time sent me a photoshopped picture of him with giant hands, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I'd pull it up for you, but I don't know where the hell I put it.
Why did he have, oh, because he's grabbing so much
Yes,
ass.
his giant hands. Maybe I should try and find it because it really is worth it.
Hold on. So someone responded to the link today with, I think, if I'm not mistaken, they put a picture of him up. Yeah, they did. Here we go.
Oh, wait, let me get back over. Heartfelt.
There we go. This weirdo.
That's the only thing we haven't found out yet about David Shane. We have not found any online activity for where was he posting?
Any cuckoldry?
Cuckoldry. Not yet anyway. That has not been dug up yet.
There's always a pegging in these guys' history. There's always a pegging.
That's so awful.
Okay, so here we go.
So already I didn't do the thing they just said I did. I didn't do that at all.
Did you include? Wait, okay. So this is worded weirdly.
I know.
Accuse Mr. Shane of sexual misconduct, and then this is ambiguously parenthetical to including offering money for sex. Is that the accusation, or did you indeed offer him money for sex?
I know. Doesn't it sound like she's saying I offered him money for sex? How hard up would I need to be to do that?
Why is this parenthetical? This should be, it's, is it an apposition? Is that where you have two commas separating something? You're a writer. You should know this.
I don't know these terms.
Okay, so
I just know how to write.
It'd be a comma after the misconduct and then a comma after sex.
Oh, so you mean that would be a phrase.
Yeah, but it's got an A. It's an A word, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's an apposition.
You're calling me out on my profession, and now I can't come up with a name. Damn it! It's the whiskey. I've only had 3 sips.
No, it's not an apposition. Wait, fuck. No, it's not an apposition.
It's a phrase, but there's different phrases. There's prepositional phrase, and you put them in commas. You know.
A positive. It's a positive.
Possibly.
Is that it?
Possibly.
I know. I never remember this word, which is relating to an apposition. Okay, so a phrase set aside by commas.
An interjection, maybe. Is it an interjection?
No, it's not an interjection. Phrase.
You know what? This is turning into a grammar lesson.
I can never remember what this is called. This is a thing, and it bothers me because I remember learning the phrase back in like elementary school. It's an afflex capacitor.
Garrett,
there you go.
Garrett says it's a suppository.
Yeah, it is. It goes right in your ass. That's it. Okay, let's keep moving. Thank you, Garrett.
Oh man.
Okay, here we go. All right. So anyway, this should be comma separated off. This is not a parenthetical phrase here. This is part of the sentence.
It is part of the and I just want to say again for the record, I did not ever offer David Shane money for sex.
A positive is the right word. I'm seeing grammar. A positive grammar. What are they and how to use them? And a positive noun or noun phrase follows another noun or noun phrase in apposition to it. That is, it provides information that further identifies or defines it. Such bonus facts are framed by commas unless the appositive is restrictive, i.e. provides essential information about the noun. So there you go. That's See, it's in a positive. I said apposition, but it's a positive. Anyway, grammar lessons, law lessons, and very important discussions about who's getting pegged. Okay, that's what you get here. All right. Okay, including offering money for sex against the anonymous source, whose identity is apparently even unknown to Miss Fox. Ooh, which is pretty interesting because what you did was you covered the allegation.
I did.
So if the allegation,
I didn't know who she was at the time,
right,
but we do now because she came forward.
but the best part of this is, which apparently you don't even know. So it's like, yeah, because I'm covering the accusation from the anonymous source against this guy. I'm not making the accusation.
Right. And they accuse me of making the accusation, which is, I mean, 100% false.
Right.
And especially when it's really funny because our chief counsel, when he responded, said, our Miss Fox actually wrote the book on Me Too allegations and how bad they are. She literally wrote the book. Here it is. Like she is definitely not
send her a free copy.
defaming you. She's defending you, and anyone can see the difference.
Oh, I'm not defending him. I mean, I'm not defending him, but I'm also not defending him.
Well, at the time I was, because all we had was this anonymous Twitter posting or Instagram. Now, in the coming weeks, the UK, I think it was either the Daily Mail or one of them, dug up 2 DUIs and a whole bunch of coworkers saying that he did terrible things. And the New York Post reporter says that he came on to her in the courtroom of the Johnny Depp trial. So that all came out after. I was the first one, by the way, to write about David Shane. Very first one. I beat the Daily Mail. I beat all of them. So PJ Media, we break news sometimes, and I did it. So just saying.
You broke the news harder than he broke the bounds of moral decency. Despite her disclaimer that she is a great defender of due process, Miss Fox published an allegation of sexual misconduct against Mr. Shane without the ability to confirm the anonymous source's credibility. This violation of journalistic ethics is breathtaking.
I love that part.
This guy is PRing for Amber Heard.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm the one with an ethics problem.
Yeah. Moreover, contrary to Miss Fox's claims, Mr. Shane was not contacted by Miss Fox prior to publication.
Yes, he was.
Oh, there's another. This is very familiar. Are you sure you're Megan Fox and not Taylor Lorenz?
Yeah, see, now when my editor sent me this letter, she's like, please tell me that you have the paper trail. I'm like, of course I do. And I forwarded her the email that I sent to him before publication. And so they're just lying. And then I like how she says right after that, if we are wrong, kindly provide us with the evidence. Well, no problem, ma'am. Here it comes.
Yep. This happened to me before too. There's a Weasley attorney in DC named Mark Zaid, who is representing a fat weirdo named Mark Wade, who's a comic book author. And the fact that their names rhyme is just purely coincidence. But yeah, I reached out to him for comment on a story because it kind of looked like he was removed from the case. And so I was like, hey, this looks weird. Care to comment on this? Because he had already, I was in contact with him. I had exchanged emails I had sent him emails in response to a Twitter exchange that we had that was cordial. And it looked like he was fired or let go from representation. And so I wrote a thing. I waited like 2 days to report on it, and he never got back to me. So then I did a video saying, I don't know, it kind of looks like he's out as counsel. The interesting thing was the other party's counsel also thought he was out as counsel because they didn't actually report what had happened. But they had hired a third party firm, local counsel to represent them, but they had hired 3 of them and fired 3 of them and then hired this new one. And then they didn't include the fact that he was still representing them when they did all of the communication. So it was really nebulous. It was a real weird thing. And then he's like calling me out on Twitter for not being a proper journalist. I'm like, check your email inbox, you fucking dildo. Anyway.
I always contact people that I'm writing about. Always, always, because I feel like I'm fair. I'm saying, if you have a comment to this, please let me know. And I even told him in the email I sent, I said, if you don't get this in time of publishing, I'm happy to add anything you have to say, any denial or anything after publishing as a add-on. And no, he never responded. And of course. And so it was so funny because I always keep these things. It's not like, I do this every day. And so when my editor says, hey, show me your receipts, I have them all and no problem. So that went into the missive that went back to them, and they never complained about it again, by the way. Not a word.
So yeah, kindly provide us with evidence that she made a reasonable attempt to contact him. In the meantime, we demand that you remove allegations of sexual misconduct immediately. Well, okay, that's easy since you didn't make any. It appears the allegation against Mr. Shane stems from an anonymous source with whom Mr. Shane allegedly went on a date. The allegation was posted by an Instagram mommy blogger, Jessica Reed Krause, House Inhabit. I know this.
Yeah, she's on Instagram, and she was the one who actually broke the David Shane story. The woman, she found this woman who came out to her about her experience with him, and it was pointed out to me by someone who was following her on Instagram. She has a huge account. She followed the Maxwell trial, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of coverage she gave to it, but she followed that, and I guess she does other things like, I don't know. She was at the party. God.
Yeah, she's got almost 1 million Instagram followers.
She was at the party with Camille and Ben Chu after the win. She was at that celebration. So she's got connections, a lot of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm looking at her Instagram right now. She has a ton of them, ton of connections. Mm-hmm. So, and a very, very large Instagram page. So,
and she knew what was coming out about him, because when I wrote my article, the one where I defended him, she took a screenshot of it and put it up on Instagram and said something like, wait for it, because she knew what was coming, the Daily Mail and the New York Post. So I thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. House Inhabit, whose fanatical defense of Johnny Depp against allegations of assault by his former wife, Amber Heard, ending most posts with the hashtag justice for Johnny Depp, should have given Miss Fox serious pause.
Oh, yeah, not really, because here, let me show you, Nick.
Yeah.
Here's the part of the merch I made. Look what it says.
Justice for Johnny.
It says on the front, isn't happy hour anytime?
Oh no.
Mega pint me.
Oh, do you want to see what I bought today?
What did you buy?
I won an auction today. I love these. It's a friend of mine. Okay, so the guy who did the cat painting down there.
Oh yeah, I love that.
And my whiskey painting. He did a new painting he auctioned, and it closed today. I would have announced it, but I didn't want to compete with a bunch of assholes on the internet to buy the art. So here, let me see. Here's what I bought. I can't wait to get it. Look at that.
Wow.
So there we go. So that's going to go up in my office, the mega pint.
Great. Yeah, I mean, it kills me. This woman says it should have given me pause that someone wanted justice for an abuse victim. Sorry, lady. It's not going to give me pause at all. I'm freaking wearing a t-shirt too. Look, I mean, this one says Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega pint.
Very nice.
You need to say it in your Scottish accent, though. I can't do it.
Frosty at the drop of a hat. Time for a mega pint.
Yes. So no, that was never going to give me pause that she used the phrase justice for Johnny. I think that all abuse victims should get justice. Don't you?
Yes, of course. That's the best thing. When there's an abuse victim who gets justice, where literally everybody on earth is happy. Except for the abuser. All people on earth are, and notice what's going on right now. It's very strange. One person is very unhappy in this world in relation to the Johnny Depp thing, and that's Amber Heard. But yeah, no, it's amazing because yes, if there's a victim of abuse, all anybody wants is the abuser to actually be punished and
Right.
brought to task for it. It's why we tell people, go to the police. Not the 8th time you've been beat, the first time you've been beat. You don't
Right.
deserve to be beaten. There's no like, well, I mean, I guess this one's okay. There's
No.
no gimme on beatings. Like
No.
you don't, there's no mulligan. Like, well, shit, I guess that was an oops. You just don't. Look, I've been married almost 18 years. There are plenty of times where my wife and I have been very, very angry at each other. You know what we didn't do? Beat each other.
That's right.
Because you just don't. And no one deserves to be hit.
And it's okay. And let me just put this out there. It's okay to kick some cabinets instead. That's
Yes,
actually a good idea.
that's
It's
what they're
actually
there for.
That's what they're there for. It's slamming doors, putting holes in walls, all of that stuff you can repair and no one gets hurt except your knuckles or your
Right.
toes. But actually, my husband and I were having this conversation the other day. He was telling me about how he's like, remember in our house how the top of the door was missing? And I was like, in the house he grew up in, and I was like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I remember that. He goes, yeah, my dad punched that out once. And I was like, oh, but he never hit you or your mom, right? He's like, no,
Right.
no, of course not. But like that's kind of, I kept trying to tell people when we were covering this and they were so obsessed with that video, like, no, men do this. And if you happen to walk in and your husband is in a rage like that, just walk out, turn around, go away, come back later. It'll be fine.
I've hit any number of things like buildings, rocks, cars,
Mhm.
walls, doors. It doesn't matter. Like you can't hit a person, so you hit something because you have to hit something from time to time. You just pissed, and so that's how it goes.
I have
But
a 7-year-old son who has to hit. He used to beat up boxes.
yeah,
Like big boxes that came, he would like to play with them. And I would walk into his room
can't
and
believe destroying homeless people's property like that. It's just very embarrassing.
he'd be in there shirtless, just pounding the crap out of these boxes. And my girls never did that. My girls never did that. They never hit anything. Even though my one daughter was even in jujitsu and martial arts, she didn't like come home and beat up anything. My son, on the other hand, oh, you have to give him stuff to punch.
Yep.
He's gonna punch stuff. So that
Yeah.
happens.
Yeah, it's I don't know if it's a quintessentially male thing, but I think it's a common male thing that like you get a buildup of anger and emotion, and you can do two things. You can either punch something or you can cry like a bitch.
Well, women do cry to release that tension, and that's what women do. And the testosterone actually makes it difficult for men to cry, which is what the women going through transition that's what they report. Being on testosterone makes it hard to cry, which is a
Okay,
very strange
sure.
feeling for a woman because our tears come really easily. But apparently testosterone blocks that ability. It's not that, men really just can't cry. It's not that it's,
So wait,
it's
so you're saying,
testosterone.
for
Mhm.
example, if someone like if a person was watching like an anime, like Gundam, for example, and they started crying, like just weeping, like pathetically, that would be because they have low testosterone.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Testosterone blocks your ability to cry. And what happens is you get the buildup of emotion and it has to come out in some way. And it comes out through hitting stuff.
Yeah, or if you have like high estrogen levels, you just cry while watching Gundam.
Yes.
That's a thing that happened. Okay, somebody clip that and get it to Yellow Flash immediately.
Oh no. What did I just step into? I'm
You
sure
didn't
I
step-
have no
No,
idea.
You didn't step into anything. You were 100% correct.
Well, I always am. Team
In
ball.
addition to attacking, Miss Heard is a liar. Miss Krause has resorted to attack. Wait, Krause?
Wait, in addition to attacking Miss Heard as a liar, she is a liar.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Miss Krause is the House and Habit. Okay. Miss Krause. Why is
she talking about Miss Krause? I'm not Miss Krause.
Miss Krause has resorted to attacking Miss Heard's defense team.
So?
Well, if that merits a letter, somebody tell this chick I need one.
You should be getting several. Oh my goodness. What is this?
As Miss Fox knows, Mr. Shane is part of that team, serving as her public relations representative. And yes, that was in the title.
So?
And
I do know that, yes.
and present in the courtroom of the Depp v. Heard trial each
I
day.
know. I saw you.
I don't know if he was present each day. I feel like he was only present some of those days, and then he disappeared right after these articles came out.
He disappeared right after my article came out.
Yeah.
He disappeared right after my article came out. He never came back into the courtroom again. He went and hid in a corner somewhere.
What an embarrassment. Oh, hey, did I get a raid by Joe Neerman? What's up, guys? Welcome to the show. I see you there. YouTube needs to work on that. I'm telling them, guys, how to make, like, raids need to be more pronounced. Gifted subs need to include the names of who's getting the gifted sub, all of those things. I'm working on it. I'm the one guy fighting against YouTube's inability to make this stuff fun, but it's a process. So thank you. Good Logic. How you doing, buddy? We got to talk soon. Just for fun. I don't have anything important to say, but just miss you, brother. Okay, here we go. Yeah, he has now been dragged into the fray of a trial that is nothing short of a circus, subjected to an ad hominem attack to discredit his client's defense. Actually, no. And again, this is, first of all, an ad hominem isn't a thing. It's an ad hominem. That would be the hominin.
Did she spell that wrong? I didn't even catch that. I think, wait a minute. Let's look that up. I have to look that up.
Yeah, no, it's an ad hominem. EM.
Yeah, it is.
Not IN.
It's EM. It's EM.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And this is a common mistake that people make when they use this. Me saying someone is stupid or ugly or whatever isn't actually an ad hominem attack unless you are invalidating their argument based on your criticism of something unrelated to the argument. You can criticize people for all sorts of reasons, and that cannot have anything to do with their argument. Like, I can say, you are dumb. Also, you are wrong about a thing. You're not wrong about the thing because you're dumb. You're just wrong about the thing, and you happen to be dumb too. So got that wrong and spelled it wrong. Very embarrassing. To discredit his client's defense. Nope. This had nothing to do with Amber Heard. The fact that she hired a weirdo who likes to allegedly touch people, that's not, doesn't have anything to do with her defense. That just had everything to do with him.
Check your Twitter DMs.
Oh, God.
Check my message I just sent you. Someone just tagged me in this on Twitter.
Oh, that's getting a retweet right now.
It's so good.
Oh, new Instagram. The original post that issue by the anonymous source, which was republished by Miss Fox, basically accuses Mr. Shane of being a crappy and ungentlemanly date. Oh, okay. Actually, though, but see, then this goes against the per se defamatory statement she's talking about. At worst, he is accused of being boorish, but there's no mention whatsoever of behavior akin to sexual misconduct.
That's false. So here's how I even protected him even more. That's a totally false statement that she's making. There is no mention whatsoever of behavior akin to sexual misconduct. False. The woman who came forward with the complaint actually did have a more explicit, in the second page or something of her complaint, more explicit description of sexual misconduct. Absolutely sexual misconduct. She said that he took her head and pushed it into his lap trying to get a blowjob. I did not print that because I thought, well, that's explicit. And I think I'll just let people go to the tweet and read it if they wanted to, but I didn't repeat it because I thought it was a little too explicit. I can't think of a better word.
Well, and you don't want to, like you say at the time you're writing this article, this person's anonymous. It's an unsupported allegation by an anonymous person. Right. You're reporting that there is an allegation. This guy starts getting hammered pretty quickly by social media.
And I'm saying, hold off and wait, hold your judgment, because we cannot just start believing unsourced allegations. I believe that we should believe evidence. And not believe all women. Do not believe all women. But now it turns out that perhaps this woman had a point. But I mean, in the beginning, it was the right thing to do, to say, we don't know. But to me, it was hilarious that this was happening to him, who's on Amber Heard's team. Like, how does it feel, David? How does it feel?
By the way, Corey Boatwright just gifted 25 memberships. So that was very cool. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, Corey. I don't know who gets them. Probably some starving children in Asia and Africa, hopefully. No, but that's awesome. Thank you for gifting those. Again, I'm trying to get YouTube to publish the names of the people who get them, like they do on Twitch, because I think it's cool to let people know that they got a membership. But I appreciate the gifted subs. And in just a minute, we're gonna take a breather and go through some super chats. But I want to read more about David Shane being boorish. Is it boorish to grab someone's head and force them into your lap for a blowjob?
I think it's beyond boorish.
That's beyond boorish? Oh.
Boorish is like,
I mean, that's
rude.
what I do at every retirement home I go to. So is that wrong?
Boorish is rude. It's not, it wouldn't be sexual misconduct. Boorish is more like just kind of a rude guy, like didn't pay for dinner, or I don't know, just didn't hold a door. That's more boorish than assault. I mean, come on.
Oh, so here we go. I met this man on the dating app Raya. He took me out on 2 dates and then tried to take complete advantage of me in his condo in West Hollywood. He basically insinuated I owed him for the dates he brought me on. What did he buy at the dates? Did she ever say, like, what?
Well, they went to like Nobu, so it's super expensive. And I gotta say, ladies, don't go home with somebody after anything unless that's what you wanted. I mean, don't go home with them unless you're.
What are you talking about? I don't understand why I'm going home after dinner. Hello. I don't know why I'm in Harvey Weinstein's room alone at 3 in the morning.
Like, ladies, come on. Come on now. And what's really funny about her allegation is that she says, when I said no to most of the things he asked me to do.
Oh, no.
So she was playing along. And again, this is that narrative that, you know, you have to constantly be checking for consent. And
did you ever read that Aziz Ansari allegation that the lady wrote?
No.
You know who he is, right?
No, who's that?
Aziz Ansari. You probably recognize him if I pull him up.
I feel like you're saying it wrong. I feel like I don't know who you're talking about because you're pronouncing it wrong.
I'm pronouncing it right, but look.
I don't think so.
I think so.
Aziz
Ansari.
I don't know what you said, but it didn't sound
like that. Aziz Ansari, which is his name. This weirdo. This guy right here.
Oh my goodness. Yes, I know who he is.
Yeah, the actor.
Yes.
So wait, you didn't read his Me Too allegation?
No.
Oh, it's the funniest thing.
Had one.
Yeah, it was the best. So he brings this chick home, and she admits that she like gives him like 4 blowjobs.
Oh,
and stuff.
4?
And yeah, it's like just keeps going. It's like an Energizer blowjobbery.
Who says yes to more than one at the same night?
Yeah. And he's doing all this stuff, and he kept doing this like fingers in her mouth thing or whatever she kept saying. Like, what? Look.
Okay, I'm starting to feel harassed.
No, look. If you say what again, just for me, what? Just say what? Just like you did.
What?
That's what. Okay. If you're looking for sexual prowess, I don't think you're gonna find it here.
Wow. Well,
but
if he can get it up 4 times for a blowjob in one night, maybe.
Well, I mean, maybe never finished. I don't know. But so she tells this story about like the sexual impropriety where they're making out. She's going down on him over and over and over again. They're doing all this stuff. And then eventually she's like, actually, I don't really want to have sex. And he's like, cool, I'll buy you an Uber home, and sends her home. And then she's like, see what a monster this guy is.
What?
It was amazing.
Oh my goodness.
But that's how this sounds.
I thought that this sentence in her story was very bizarre when I said no to most of the things he asked me to do.
Yeah. What was
he kicked me out, or maybe he just asked you to leave. I mean, I don't know.
What was the thing she said yes to? Like,
I would like
that's
to know. That's
the spice right there. Like, you said no to a lot, but you said yes to something. I want to know what it was. His name.
I still don't know if I believe this allegation or not. I don't know. I what I do think is he has a lot of damaging history that kind of came up after this. But I don't know if I
Yeah.
necessarily believe her account. I just think, especially after that, when I said no to most of the things. So basically what she's saying is she said no and he didn't force her, and then she left. So
Yep.
that's not exactly the worst thing I've ever heard.
He kicked me out. Well, look, I'm going to be real with you.
Right.
Again, I've been married a very long time. I'm not a prolific dater, but were I a prolific dater, and if I had taken a chick to like a $200 meal, and then I take her home, and all I want to do is have sex with her, and she says no, I mean, well, it's like, all right, you can go home now because I
Right. What
no
else are you
longer
gonna
want
do?
you in my presence at this point. I don't have a reason for you to
There is no
hang out.
reason. There's no reason
Yeah.
for a woman to go home with a man after dinner and go into his apartment by herself with him alone. For what? What are you gonna do? Listen to jazz records? No, you're not.
Well, actually, let me just remind you here that you might actually be listening to jazz records. Okay? That might be happening. In fact, what she may have said yes to was his listening to the jazz collection. She may have said no to everything other
Well,
than
maybe. Maybe. But if that were the case and it wasn't something sexual, wouldn't she have said that? Wouldn't she have said, he asked me, I stayed to listen to the jazz records that he had from some collection, and then when he wanted to get down, I was like, "No, I don't want to." Like, I don't know. I feel like she left out most of the
She's like,
things.
I stayed for the oral sex, but what really got me was he asked me to listen to the entire discography of Gorillaz, and I just had to go at that point. I
couldn't
said,
do
no,
it.
that was a bridge too far for me.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, so here we go. He seems to be someone who does this to a lot of women on the app. Oh, damn. Miss Fox also claims that Mr. Shane texted the anonymous source a year
I
later to
didn't
offer
claim
money
that.
for
She
sex.
did. She claimed that, not me.
Of course, the alleged text exchange posted by Miss Fox makes no mention of payment for sex.
Yes, it does. You know what it says? You know what it
What's it say?
says? I'll Venmo you. Let's play.
No, he's talking about he needed a partner in Team Fortress. What are you talking about?
Come on now.
That's what he's doing. He needed a Counter-Strike teammate.
Look,
I'll Venmo you. I need your Counter-Strike skills.
I pooled like a bunch of people on this, and I was like, you get a text for like a midnight text from some guy you went out with once, and he says, I'll Venmo you, let's play. What does it mean? 100% of the women I pooled said he wants sex for money. So that was the opinion that came from women in the dating pool. Okay. Now he can claim that that's not what he did.
I want him to make the claim because I want him to claim what it really is. Like, because I feel like that would be even more embarrassing. Whatever excuse he comes up with, I think would be more embarrassing than the paying for sex.
And
thing.
they didn't specify. She just said it made no mention of payment for sex. But I think, frankly, I'll Venmo you, let's play really only has one interpretation I can think of.
Yeah, I agree. That it sounds like he's trying to pay for that
again,
booty.
I don't know if he even wrote that text. I said in the article, someone named David, and I put it in quotation marks because on the text, the name just said David. It didn't say David Shane, and I don't know what his number is. And so I said, I was very careful to say someone named David. It might not have been him. I don't know, but they didn't say it wasn't him either. So his lawyer then writes. So this is the other thing. So here I am.
She admits to the text.
Yeah.
I mean, right there. The
right
text
there.
Is true. Yeah. The false allegations of sexual misconduct and soliciting sex constitute actionable defamation per se. I don't know about that. To support the false claim, Salem Media will have to rely exclusively on an anonymous source, one that is apparently unknown to Miss Fox. As she well knows, allegations against others have proven the death knell to reputations and careers, and Mr. Shane will seek.
I wrote the book about that.
Mr. Shane will seek redress should your publication fail to immediately take down the claim. Did you guys take down the claim?
Hell no.
Oh, did he seek redress?
No. In fact, you
What
want
a
to know what's even
pussy.
no, it's even worse?
What's that?
The chief counsel writes him back and says, "We won't be taking this down because all of it is accurate and she defended you. But you are welcome to respond with your, what you want to say, and we'll put it up."
Yeah.
We never heard from him again. That was
Yeah.
it. End of story. So he didn't even give me a statement to deny the allegation for the article, and it's still sitting there right now.
Amazing. By the way, you can actually rely exclusively on an anonymous source. First Amendment protections for journalists are extremely broad. And not that you did this, but you can. And the test for this, what David Shane doesn't seem to realize is that David Shane became a public figure of his own volition by taking on publicly the PR representation of Amber Heard during the most watched trial in just about anybody's lifetime, other than O.J. Simpson, maybe.
Yeah.
So, I mean, undoubtedly a public figure in this space. Your article specifically mentions him in court and in relation to his public representation of Amber Heard. So now he's going to have to show actual malice, which means he would have to show that PJ Media has some sort of vetting process that you subsequently failed to follow in this story that you would have followed in any other story. But relying on an anonymous source is something that's done by media sources from
the New York Times, the Washington Post, and
yes.
For them to claim that they use a two-source standard is absolute hogwash. It's total bullshit. We all lived through Russia, and unnamed sources in the White House. And do you know what unnamed sources means? I made it the fuck up. That's what it means.
Exactly.
And then if the New York Times can do it and the Washington Post can do it, and I didn't even do that. I didn't say she was my source. I said, look, there's an anonymous allegation. Here's why you shouldn't believe it. And this guy thinks he can sue me for defending him. Wow.
Salem Media can be held liable for publishing the alleged allegation, regardless if it is only repeating the statement of a source. It can, but it has to be contextually repeating the statement of the source as if it were true.
As if it were true, which I did not do at all. In fact, my article was the nicest one he got. My article was the most generous that David Shane will probably ever get.
Let's see. Presenting false accusations, even if presented with the subject's denial, can still amount to actionable defamation, which is Cianci versus New York Times Publishing Company.
Okay, I have something to say about Cianci. So go ahead and quote that.
One that publishes a libel is subject to liability just as if he had published it originally, even though he attributes the libelous statement to the original publisher, and even though he expressly disavows the truth of the statement. Okay, what do you have to say about
bullshit? All right, Cianci versus New York Times publication was dismissed in favor of the defendant. And here's a quote from the ruling. The court, in deciding the present motion, finds nothing in the New Times article which can be the basis for this libel action. How the hell does a lawyer cite a case that was dismissed, finding nothing wrong, nothing defamatory for the publication, and cite it in a letter to me threatening to sue my publication? How?
Let me see. It won. Oh.
Do you need the link to it? I have it.
Here you go. The second point is even plainer. A federal court has recently referred to the quote black letter rule that one who republishes a libel is subject to liability just as if he had published it originally, even though he attributes the libelous statement to the original publisher, and even though he expressly disavows the truth of the statement. That goes back to Hoover versus Peerless Publications, which is they're quoting this. This rule has been widely recognized. Let's see. A good example of the application of this rule is Ollinger versus American Savings and Loan. Defendant had sent letter to plaintiff Ollinger's military superiors containing the statements, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So let's see. What did we say, though? The republication rule applies to the press as it does to others, although the press may deprive particular benefit from certain privileges discussed below. So, I mean, those discussed below things are going to be a problem. And again, the whole point of this is, does the statement or the gist of the article? I've talked about this. People, when I first mentioned this, people actually made fun of me for using the word gist, but that's the word the court uses to describe this. But does the gist of the article convey a defamatory meaning? Which means there may be some inaccuracies, or there could even be a quote unquote libelous statement within an article. But if the overall thrust of the article is not defamatory, there's deference to the news publication, so that they don't get sued over one statement taken out of the greater context of the article. Because if you say everything about these claims are bullshit, here's the claims that are made, it's complete bullshit, and they're like, no, look, you republished the claims, therefore you're defaming me. It's like, how am I defaming you? I'm
That's
saying it's
exactly
all
what
bullshit.
happened.
Right. And yeah, so
the gist of the article was to sell my book, Believe Evidence, The Death of Due Process, from Salome to #MeToo.
it was a grift. Always
It was
has
it
been.
was a total grift. And if you want to talk about the whole context, it was to sell more of my books. And my book talks about how you should not believe all women, believe the evidence. So I don't know how the hell he thought, or this lawyer thought, that they could literally sue me for defending being the only person in the media who defended David Grabass Shane.
Disguising damaging allegations as neutral reporting, i.e. using qualifying and cautionary language and speculating as to the truth of the allegations, will not insulate Salem Media from liability for reporting or implying false facts.
Long-winded.
Also, it actually will insulate them. See Weller versus ABC. We reject the notion that merely couching an assertion of a defamatory fact in cautionary language, such as apparently or some sources say, or even putting it in the form of a question, necessarily diffuses the impression that the speaker is communicating an actual fact. Yes, it doesn't necessarily do it. You can't just say, look, in my opinion, Joe Biden is a rapist of children. Like, that's just my opinion, bro, that Joe Biden is absolutely 100% a rapist of children. Like, if I do that, and I'm not obviously joking like I am now, if I were to do that, that would convey a defamatory meaning just with magic words to try and alleviate that. You know who tried that shit? Amber Heard.
Yeah. The chat is shouting, couch, couch, couch.
But that's what is happening here. So again, they're going to this, they're trying to get technical on this, and the reality is you can't get technical with the news publication, because there are facts that get reported, and unless it is conveying a defamatory intent or defamatory meaning, it's not defamatory. Because allegations of sexual misconduct will harm Mr. Shane's profession, i.e., there is no need for there's no need for extrinsic evidence to explain their defamatory nature. Mr. Shane need not show special damages to prevail on a claim for defamation, while he would have to show to recover for the damages. So that's fun. But yes, per se defamation would, and a sexual impropriety is part of the categories of per se defamation. He didn't even need to go into his profession, but sexual misconduct is in there. Given that the allegation stems from an anonymous source and is based on an unverified text, Mr. Shane will easily meet his burden of actual malice should he sue for defamation.
No.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Malice may be inferred where, for example, a story is fabricated by the defendant and is the product of his imagination, or is based wholly on an unverified anonymous telephone call. Yeah, missed the bus on this one. What this one was saying is the unverified anonymous telephone call. Unverified means no one else was party to the call that allegedly happened that probably never happened. Not that the unverified text, like you would have had to report an unverified text coming out of nowhere else for this to apply. God, what this
yeah, it was publicly posted on social media and it was trending. He was trending. So there is no chance that millions of people didn't see it. It's news.
I don't want you to get sued, but man, It would be funny.
Oh, this would be a great suit. Are you kidding? Fantastic. I would love a judge to hear them complain about me defending this man from allegations that are unsourced, because that's literally what I did. So I would love it. I would love to stand in court and listen to their argument, because it's just, I think I could defend this case myself.
Yeah,
and
probably.
I'm not a lawyer, and I could win
well,
it.
if this chick's running the opposition, you could. See also Saint Amant
glamour
versus Thompson
shot on her website.
I don't know if it's glamour.
Like,
and then, quoting Saint Amant, when a media defendant repeats the allegations of a third party, recklessness may be found where there are obvious reasons to doubt the veracity of the informant or the accuracy of the report.
There were no obvious reasons to doubt
may be found is also permissive. A court can find those things. It's possible, but only again if the reasons are obvious to doubt the veracity of the informant or the accuracy of the report. More and again, coming from an Instagram account, Jessica Reed, House and Habit, right?
Yep.
This or Jessica Reed Krause, who is writing extensively on all things Johnny Depp with apparent sources and credibility, and access. Like I mean, they're saying there's reasons to doubt it, but that's based on the assumption that anyone supporting Johnny Depp would automatically be lying. But that's not true. And that's not even a reasonable assumption to make. It is not reasonable to say that this person is on is more favorable to one party than another in a lawsuit. Therefore, they will publish false things. That's the leap that we don't get to go to. Moreover, if Ms. Fox did not make a meaningful attempt to contact Mr. Shane, which you did, and thus far we have no proof that she did, actual malice can be inferred by her intent to avoid learning the truth. Well, that one's gone. In sum, Mr. Shane will likely overcome his burden. Well, wait a minute. You said he would easily meet his burden. Here,
we went from easily to likely.
Likely. Mr. Shane will likewise prevail on his burden of proving falsity, since he has not committed sexual misconduct or solicited someone for sex. If the false allegation is removed immediately, Mr. Shane will not seek legal redress. Please confirm removal as soon as possible. Sincerely, Rebecca, 2 buttons down, Kaufman. Can I call her that, or is that libelous?
I don't think so.
I can prove it.
I mean, it did give me a laugh, and I'm sure it gave our general counsel a little bit of a heart palpitation. They don't like to get letters like this.
Of course not. Because you never know what person's going to be a fucking idiot and actually bring this thing to, try and bring this thing in.
Well, somebody at the Daily Mailer, I don't remember, one of the UK papers said that they quoted one of his former colleagues who said he was so litigious that they were scared to speak out using their names. And I can prove that. Yes, he's extremely litigious. A person who would try to send a threat letter to someone who literally defended him is ridiculously litigious.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It's a mess. But it's good. That was a good letter.
It was fun.
I think Rebecca, I think she did a good job. I think she put forth a good effort. I wish I could explain how much this person costs. Excuse me. I woke up at I woke up at 6 a.m. today, which is why I didn't do a show last night. So just so everybody knows, whenever I cancel a show, a bunch of people send me things. I hope everything's okay. Everything was fine. Lady Raggets had a doctor's appointment in the cities scheduled for a couple weeks from now. Not a bad appointment or anything like that. Don't worry. Everything's okay. But she had a doctor's appointment scheduled in the cities that we wanted to go to. And they called us yesterday in the evening and said, hey, we can get you in tomorrow morning. And so we had to go to the Twin Cities, which is a mess for us. And we wanted to get in as soon as possible. So by the way, I appreciate you rescheduling to tonight.
Well, I forgive you, but there was a codicil, you will recall.
I don't recall what you're saying.
I have it in writing. I told you that if I rescheduled, I would expect you to say yes to the thing I was going to ask you tonight. And you said you would.
I don't remember this. Are you sure this wasn't a text, an anonymous text? I hear you have a history of citing anonymous, unreliable texts that aren't verified.
I have a request of you, and you can't say no now because you already said you would say yes.
David Shane said yes. I didn't say yes.
Are you ready?
I said no to most of the things you asked.
You said yes to this thing, and you're going to do it because.
What is that? What am I
Okay,
gonna
you
do?
ready? Are you ready?
Okay, sure.
All right. I am putting together a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, which will be live streamed. And here, can I read to you the mission, the campaign? Are you ready for it?
Okay.
And you have to play. Ready? Here it comes. Former vampire slayer Johnny Depp's castle is infested with freeloading succubus witches, warlocks, and vampires who are drinking his wine, running him into debt, turning his castle into a flophouse, and chasing off all of his true friends who want to help him. They've cast a powerful spell over him to keeping him from knowing who he is and what he's capable of. The succubuses have taken over all 5 penthouses in the castle, leaving Johnny in a rat-infested basement with nothing but an army cot to sleep on. The witches keep him in a cocaine-induced psychosis, so he doesn't know what's happening to his fortune and his property. Sir Isaac Baruch reaches out to local mercenaries to ask for their help in ridding Johnny of the witch infestation. Root out the goblin squatters and defeat them to get to the hidden sex magic succubus. Watch out, she could be on the ceiling. After vanquishing her, the final target looms ahead, but be careful. This Wiccan bitch has studied you for years. She knows all of your weaknesses, from your favorite obscure blues song to that random Shakespeare quote you thought you were the only one who memorized it by heart. And place your hands below your husband's foot in token of witch duty, if he please. My hand is ready. May it do him ease, she says, as she takes off your boots, twitching her perfect ass as she pours you your favorite whiskey. And just when she makes you feel safe, she transforms into the most vicious harpy with arms like windmills that can hurl vodka bottles faster than the speed of light. She also heals miraculously fast, and any injury you inflict on her will seem naught but a light bruise, possibly put there by makeup. Capture her stores of magical amica cream, destroy the giant jar of cocaine, and sell the millions of dollars worth of wine hidden throughout the castle in order to make Johnny solvent again. But be careful. If you wander into a cuddle puddle trap, you could lose up to 3 days and wake up with an incurable, festering venereal disease. That's what I have so far.
I'm actually unable to play, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, come on.
No, I'm going to tell you why. This is true. You have Sir Isaac Baruch, when clearly I was going to play the gnome bard Isaac Baruch.
No. You are going to play one of the super lawyers. The strengths of the super lawyer include finding obscure squatter laws, wielding heavy tomes as weapons, verbal sparring, can argue your way out of any situation, high persuasion. That's you.
Okay. I guess we can probably work something else out. Immediately when you started, I'm like, I'm going to play a gnomish bard named Isaac Baruch. He'll be
all right. Well, I'll change the description. I just wrote that in 5 minutes. We'll do whatever you want.
He'll be
Runkle will have to play too.
From New Jersey. I make paintings of naked people. It's fine. Terrific. I call her a cunt to a face. No, that sounds like a blast. I would love to.
It would be so fun. And John De La Rose is going to play.
Oh no. No. I haven't talked to John in a while. I hope he still likes me.
And I even have like a real dungeon master. I mean, it's going to be epic.
Oh, that sounds fun. Like legitimately sounds good. I'm looking for something. You mentioned windmill arms, and there's I've actually got this is a true thing. I don't know if you know, but this has actually happened. Ah, fucking hell. Is this it? Nope, that's not it. I don't know if I can find it. Where did it go? I thought it was on Twitter. Or not on Twitter, on oh well. Shit. I don't have it. Oh, damn it.
All right, well, while you're looking for it, guess what else I was thinking? We could have a hero who's a supermodel eyewitness. So she's as courageous as she is gorgeous. This heroine slays liars. Her power is her catwalk that can identify dissemblers by stunning them into a dead faint at her feet.
I think I know who this is. This sounds like a Camille. Where's my windmill arms picture? Damn it.
We're just gonna sit here and drink until he finds the arms picture.
I'm killing the joke.
I'll read the chat while you're doing that.
I'm killing the joke. Yeah, you do that.
That was Kate. Yeah, it was Kate Moss. The chat got it right, but Nick wasn't paying attention because he was looking for windmill arms.
That's true. I thought it was Camille Vasquez. Sorry.
No, it was Kate Moss.
But I wasn't listening.
You're right, Dr. Mommy. You weren't listening at all. That's okay. The chat got it. Dr. Mommy needs to be in there. She's the cleric. For sure. Dr. Muffin.
She's the topless cleric. Don't worry. She's already. You don't even have to put her in. Don't worry, everybody watching. She's already there for us. I mean, them.
Oh yeah. Okay, like I have the perfect thing to do while you're looking. It'll give you 2 minutes to just do nothing but look for that photo. You ready?
Perfect. What's that?
All right, my co-host on my live stream, his name is Gadfly, and he writes amazing meme songs. And he wrote one called Camille to celebrate. Let's celebrate her partnership and play it. You won't get copyright on it. Copyright. Damn it! I'm almost at the bottom of my whiskey.
Copyright struck.
There's no copyright. We can play it, and the chat will love it. You have to hear it.
All right, I'll play it.
All right, where is it? I'm getting it right now.
You gonna share it and play it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Saw an angel dressed in white in Fairfax, Virginia, and she had to fight a serpent in the sides that was spewing lies. But don't look at the signs. I know that this is the end. All the money ran out, so did all the friends, and right down there, you're lying on the stand, let you down. Not the same, you understand. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. Camille, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, sleepless nights, insomnia, getting cut by all the deposition that's boring you. If you wanna be alright, well think of what a crazy life can make it up. I know, you're all I require. You put the demon flame out while we you gaslit fire. Hope you never retire, 'cause I'll be fine. You're all that I need. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. For real, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow. Cut the liars, come back home. Camille, what girl you give me, you just don't know. Camille, I had to guess you might be one of the best. Camille, brighten up the room wherever you go. The sunlight will make you glow.
Very nice. Very nice. You're muted still.
Of course I am.
You muted yourself. So you made fun of me, and that's what screwed you over.
That's what got me. I love him. He also did Objection Hearsay, by the way. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard that, the Objection Hearsay song, because it went super viral on TikTok, and it is so funny. And Gadfly's on YouTube, so subscribe. He's awesome.
Check him out, guys. Make sure you do so. I cannot find this picture to save my fucking life.
You still didn't find it? I gave you like a whole almost 3 minutes.
I know. I don't know where it would be because I mean, it's so funny to me. Like, it's gone. It's just not here. Let me check. I'm checking one more place here, but I don't know if I can find it. Damn it. If somebody has it, you know what picture I'm talking about, just DM it to me so it can be a complete wait. There it is. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you. Somebody had already.
You have OCD, don't you? I can tell.
No, if I did, I would know exactly where it was. No, see, okay. See, I built the joke up too much. It's not going to be funny, but this is true. Here are those windmill arms right there. Right there. This is a factual thing.
Oh, no.
That's a real picture right there.
Disavow.
Disavow what?
Oh my God.
That's Kaylin Saucedo. That's Mars Girl. Otherwise known as Arms Girl. She's got her arm is just moving so fast that it, like when you take a picture of a fan and you get like the weird,
yes,
because it's like going so quick. That's what happened here. That's what.
Oh God, I'm gonna get fired.
Why? It's not your arms. It's hers.
I did not laugh at this. I'm turning off my camera. No one is getting. Do not take screenshots of me next to this thing. Jesus, Nick.
What? Like what?
Oh,
you think you can escape?
You bastard. I do not find Nazi paraphernalia funny in any way.
Well, nobody finds Kaylin Saucedo funny. Don't worry. You're in good company.
I don't even know who that is. Who is that?
Clearly someone who hates Jews.
She literally make that? Like on purpose?
Yeah, she made that on purpose. It was definitely her. It was not my friend Tyler who made that. It was definitely her.
Who is she, though, is what I'm asking you. Who is that person? I don't even know who she is. Alec says, well, you might as well do unbreaded now.
She is a serial false accuser, actually. So you would love her. Her name is Kaylin Saucedo. You probably don't know about this because most normal people don't. There was a thing on YouTube like a decade ago called Channel Awesome. And it was a group of creators, some of which who stuck around to become pretty big creators, and most of them fizzled out into nothingness where they belong. She's one of the second category. But she works on translations for anime dubs or anime subtitling, I guess. And she is a participant in the false accusations against a guy named Vic Mignogna.
Oh, right. I was supposed to look that up. I didn't do my homework. I need to do that.
Well, I guess if
in that case, if she's one of those, then I guess all is fair game.
Oh, she's awful. Yeah, here's one of her accusations. One of her accusation against Vic goes like this. Vic never even talked to her, and she admits that. But she once got in an elevator at an anime convention, and Vic allegedly entered the elevator with another woman, and they were close to each other. And then they got off on the same floor, and Mars Girl felt just terrified on behalf of that innocent woman.
What? So
I am not kidding.
Now we can report the sexual harassment of others that we felt by standing in an elevator?
Yes.
And he's the guy who said his life got ruined by that accusation? That was the accusation?
No, that was one that she fueled into the fire, right?
I think I remember this actually, because was this when everything went crazy on the conventions? Like the Me Too hit the conventions?
Yeah.
Was it in Canada?
No. This was let's see.
Which con was it?
Well, he got removed from like every convention because he was one of the most popular convention voice actors there was. I mean, he would go to 20 to 30 a year, and then he got removed from all of them.
Wow.
And
those
then
people who run those conventions are absolutely fucking crazy.
They hate money, which is evident because most of these conventions don't make any money anyway, and they all could. It's not hard. People who are fans of anime throw money at stuff they like. They're just like, here,
right?
Let me come buy little toys or whatever, and waifu pillows with holes in them. Like, let me buy that, and you can just have unlimited amounts. They sold this one. You know what the pillows are, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
So there's one, okay, and as gross and greasy as they may be. No, listen, this one.
Nick's determined that I hear things I shouldn't hear.
No, this is fine. This is wholesome. There was one.
Wholesome. I got it.
There's a character in her lower, like, I can't call it a half because it's like her lower 7/8 is a snake. Right? So she's got like a snake body. Okay. So they made a Dakimakura pillow of her, and it's like 13 feet of pillow.
What?
Because it's a snake. So it's this huge fucking pillow. And this thing cost thousands of dollars, and they sold out of them immediately.
Come on.
This is what I'm talking about. So what I'm saying is, like, these conventions that can't seem to make any money and they're always like in the hole or whatever, it's all because they're managed by literal morons.
Total morons.
Who hate anything. But when Vic comes to your convention, he's going to bring, independent of the convention, like 800, 900 people into the show. And if it's like a really small convention, maybe only like 500. But we're talking about big boosts of numbers just from this one guy. And these people will get like 2 emails from other voice actors who won't bring anybody to the show. And they're like, well, I'll quit if he shows up. And they're like, oh God. And they like will cancel him. It's like, what are you doing? Let these people quit. No one wants to see them anyway.
The story gets repeated over and over and over again. John Della Rose got banned from Worldcon, and then he sued them for defamation and won, and got an apology. And yet they still continue to do this shit. The same people still continue to try and ban him from stuff. And like, right now, you got to talk to him.
I have. I talked to him
about talked to him recently because he got kicked off of Indiegogo now. They're after him again. Indiegogo with absolutely no explanation. And yes, chat, I am in the basement. Can't you tell? They're like, she looks like she's in a basement. No shit. But John's been kicked off of Indiegogo, and like now they're coming after his Kickstarter for his new project. These people never stop.
By the way, in the chat, Vladimir M. Ivanovich says, I have that pillow and it's awesome. So,
what do you do? Do you wrap it around yourself at night? Like just wrap the snake tail around?
Megan, you didn't ask me for any advice, but let me give you some.
Don't
a moment ago
questions.
A moment ago, you said Nick is determined for me to hear things that I shouldn't hear.
Oh no.
And I was just trying to tell you about a wholesome snake lady pillow that exists. And now you asked the chat what they do with the snake lady pillow. That's not my fault. That's on you.
That's true.
I kept this thing PG.
I always walk into these things and I don't mean to, and then I can never unsee them.
Well, it's either like you walked into a door or a door walked into you on that one. But anyway, so yeah. Anyway, but yeah, she was a participant in the Vic thing. Actually, she was one of the primary and original signal boosters of the allegations, which the best part about the allegations against Vic that went viral initially is they were actually about someone else, but people misunderstood them and applied them to him. And then the ball was rolling on it. They were actually about a guy named Ilyich Guardiola who was banging a 16-year-old, and then got permission from that girl's parents to marry her, which got the charges dropped. So very, very weird stuff going on. And all of the Funimation people were actually ended up being okay with that, apparently. But yeah, the allegations against Vic amounted to three three major allegations. One was that he allegedly kissed someone without their consent at Funimation Studios. Now, according to his version of the story, there was tons of consent. There was a year of courtship leading up to this kiss. Like, that's how ridiculous this was, is that there was a year of courtship, lunches, dinners, and stuff. And then, he says, "Can I kiss you?" Oh, and importantly, the person who received the kiss isn't the person who reported the kiss. I want to point that out. The
Again,
allegation
so
about
there's
yes, vicarious kissing.
harassment.
Yeah.
Wow. How is any kid, like, how do I send my son to college at this point? Like, with a body cam?
I don't know. I legitimately don't
A
know.
GoPro that's always recording? Because I feel like there's just no way to avoid this, these
He
nonsense.
just needs some thought begone spray. Like, just any girl that comes up to him.
I think I'm going to encourage him to go into the priesthood, is what I'm going to do.
Maybe.
Which seems like it might even be safer, unbelievably.
It's crazy. You need that, like James Earl Jones in Field of Dreams, right? With the pesticide just spraying at Kevin Costner. Go back to the 60s. Like, that's what you need.
Yes.
You need a crucifix to keep chicks away from you.
May the power of Christ compel you
to leave, bitch. That's what it is. And it's really a shame, because I had so much fun in college, not like in the lewd way, just had so much fun. Because the story of how I met my wife was, I showed up to Taekwondo to hit people. Cheerleading tryouts were going on, and I was there early, and she's like, "Hey, are you here to join cheerleading?" I'm like, "No." Why the hell would I do that? And she said, if you, however many guys you get to join cheerleading, I'll get cheerleaders to join Taekwondo. We found this a fair deal. We did it. We had a ton of fun with, these stupid dorky guys hanging out with cheerleaders. Like,
so smart, by the way. Any of you college guys out there who want to get close to girls, definitely try out for the cheerleading team. If you can learn how to throw girls around, like, you win.
You don't even have to be good at it. Look at these little noodle arms. Like, I was barely my wife was tiny.
That's what's so great about being a man, though. You can have noodle arms and still be so much stronger than your average woman. You can still toss her in the air.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, so she was this tiny thing, and I was like, well, I mean, this looks promising, and it worked out. I ended up marrying her, but we had a ton of fun doing all sorts of shit that, like, nowadays, everything we did, again, not that there was anything overly inappropriate, it's just anything would be subject to an allegation. I mean, my hand was on a woman's ass 90% of my time in cheerleading, because that was my job, she had to sit on my hand. That was the whole thing. And so it's like,
it's
just
heaven.
Crazy.
Heaven for the young men in college. But seriously,
yeah, don't do it in high school, guys. high school male cheerleaders are gay as hell, but college male cheerleaders don't have to be gay. It's a rule. I don't know what it is. It just is.
But nowadays, I don't know how you trust dating at all.
I legitimately don't know how you would do cheerleading. Like, I don't know. Because, like I said, my hand was on an ass.
Consent before you support her in the air.
Right. It's like, my hand will be on your ass again for the 50th time in a row. Do you maintain consent while you're up in the air? I don't know. Maybe you
sign this paper.
But it was it's weird. And when we did, like, the car wash and stuff, cheerleader car washes are the best. We had a ton of fun doing stuff. And now I don't even know what we could or couldn't do. I'd probably just have been a recluse in my room these days. Like,
That's what is happening. That's what they're doing. And they only communicate through texts, which is really weird. And some kids, like my daughter, hates that. She's 16. I mean, I can't even imagine being 16 right now. Like, honestly, it's so hard.
Yeah.
It's so hard. The boys don't really communicate or talk. They text. And then if you don't text them back, they get upset. And some kids, like my kid, who's not really into technology all that much, she doesn't look at her phone. She's reading a book. So it becomes like a slight if you don't return their texts. I mean, the whole thing is weird. And then they don't know how to interact in public together in person. It's just bizarre. It's a bizarre time.
Yep. I wouldn't want it. When I think about Lucas Gerhard, by the way, a fantastically interesting case. It's coming up. His trial's coming up, guys. Lucas is he's a kid who was arrested a couple years ago in Michigan for terroristic threats because he posted a picture on Snapchat of his AR-15. And he said, gonna take this bad boy up north to watch the snowflakes melt. And by snowflakes, I mean snow. And he sent that on Snapchat to his friends. One of his friends showed this girl who hated him ever since he posted in his law enforcement class that he thought that women should only be cops if they could meet the same physical tests as men, and that the test shouldn't be changed. Very controversial opinion. But he said that, and then these two girls have been trying to cancel him ever since and had successfully removed him from several things he liked. But then when this happened, they reported him to the police, and he's been arrested and charged with making a terroristic threat off of that statement alone. That statement. And by the way, it's legal to bring your gun to that college that he was going to because it's on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and you have to just take your gun and check it in at the armory. He checked it in at the armory and was arrested after checking it in at the armory.
And they actually decided to go after him for this, to prosecute?
Yes. And it's been a nightmare.
Wow.
It should not be going to court. It should have been dismissed. He had a shit attorney at the beginning who really screwed some things up. He's got better attorneys now. They tried to get the whole case dismissed on First Amendment grounds because the statute clearly reads that if there's even a reasonable First Amendment protected interpretation of the statement, you cannot charge with the criminal statute. The judge just ignored it. The Supreme Court refused to take it up. So now he's going to trial on it. And it's crazy. He's been under arrest for 2 years for this. But,
a bunch of those guys in January 6th have been in jail for 2 years with no trials. I actually just got a call I've been in touch with Jacob Lang, who's languishing in a prison because of January 6th. Now, I don't know whether he's guilty or not. He's accused of hitting a police officer with a baseball bat or a weapon. I'm not sure.
Was it a fire extinguisher?
No, it was a bat, I think. But he claims that it was in defense of people who were being killed. And he pulled Roseanne Boylan out of the pile of people that he said the police had piled people on top of one another. And they were trying to save people from suffocating. And he pulled not only Roseanne out, but a Black gentleman who did not die, but was almost suffocated to death. And you can see that on video. So it's pretty interesting. And his claim is that the police started it. They started beating elderly women, and he was defending that as his story. Now, I don't know, because the trial has not happened. He hasn't had a trial in 2 years, and yet they keep him locked up like he's Charles Manson.
Yep.
The idea, I don't understand. Why can't these guys be on house arrest and be home with their families? His family can't even visit him for 2 years.
Because they are a political weapon. I mean, that's why Lucas is a political weapon too. The reason he ended up going into the thing, there's a school shooting right before he got arrested, so I think it was it Parkland? I think Parkland had just happened right before his statement, and that's why he got arrested. And then the Crumbly shooting happened just a little bit ago, right before one of his other critical hearings. And at one of his hearings, the prosecutor, get this is when he had the shit attorney. The prosecutor played the fucking Christchurch shooting in court.
What?
On his, cause he was requesting to have the ankle bracelet removed. Cause you have to pay for those. Like, you have to fund your own imprisonment. And so he was requesting to have the ankle bracelet removed, and the prosecutor played the Christchurch shooting video to the judge as if that had anything to do. And his attorney didn't object, though. That's
crazy.
Again, that guy was fired. That guy was allowed. It shouldn't have been. And that prosecutor, let me just say, that prosecutor, you bitch. I don't know your name. I don't remember. You should be beaten in the fucking street for that. That was such a gross violation of your ethics. Good. Send it to me. Prosecute me. Prosecute me. You should be beaten in the street for what you did. Government should fear the people. Fuck you. Bring it. I don't care. What are you going to do? Arrest me in Minnesota, extradite me to Michigan? I'll shit all over you and I'll live stream my entire trial. Fuck you. Oh my God, these people piss me off. Anyway, so long story short, yeah, there's a bunch of this shit going on with false accusations, how damaging they are and how scary it is for particularly, I mean, it's scary for young women, but this aspect of reality right now is particularly scary for young men. And it goes to what I was saying on Monday, that we have a society that has no expectation of honoring dignity and integrity of men. And I don't know why that has happened, but it has happened. And it's weird because the mere mention of it draws controversy. Like the idea, and it's the best part is the same people who will say, like, if you say all lives matter, they're like, yeah, but Black lives matter. Like, you have to acknowledge this. You can't just say all lives matter. That's racist. But if you say you need to honor the dignity and integrity of men, they'll say, well, we need to honor everybody's dignity and integrity. It's like, well,
yeah, but also men are a special category, just like women are a special category.
Right.
In particular, the roles that men play are not roles that women traditionally do play or want to play. For instance, I have yet to see a woman on an oil rig working those massive chains. Have you ever seen those guys do that? It is the scariest and yet also hottest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. And I watch it and my knees get weak with the fear, and yet also the sweating starts. Like, it's just the hottest thing I've ever seen. Women can't do that.
It's like a 240-pound slab of muscle cranking on a chain that would rip you in half if anything goes wrong. I mean,
it's incredible. It's incredible.
Horrifying.
And it's not, and women are just are not okay. So you want to know who was incredibly based? Speaking of based, I was talking about Shakespeare earlier, and listening to your stream on Monday, when I got through it, made me think of The Taming of the Shrew and Katerina's monologue at the end. And it is fantastic. Shakespeare, man. Like, just listen to what Shakespeare had to say about this. Thy husband is thy lord, thy life, thy keeper, thy head, thy sovereign, one that cares for thee and for thy maintenance, commits his body to painful labor, both by sea and land, to watch the night in storms, the day in cold, whilst thou liest warm at home, secure and safe, and craves no other tribute at thy hands but love, fair looks, and true obedience. Too little payment for so great a debt. Such duty as the subject owes the prince, even such a woman oweth to her husband. And when she is froward, peevish, sullen, sour, and not obedient to his honest will, what is she but a foul contending rebel and graceless traitor to her loving lord? I am ashamed that women are so simple to offer war when they should kneel for peace.
Damn. Do you know there is
Shakespeare, the chat, Shakespeare hate speech.
You know there's a modern Shakespeare?
No.
I'm going to show you this video. There's a modern Shakespeare. Here we go.
Next time on The Fallen State.
The problem is they had Amber Heard.
Yeah, I would think in this moment, maybe they should have just kept her quiet.
And you've got maybe a little yellow bruise right here. It kind of didn't pass the sniff test.
I thought maybe her doll had licked her on the head or something, you know?
Once Amber Heard took the stand, they could quickly see this chick's crazy.
I know, man. What a bitch.
Completely. Jesse Lee Peterson is the modern Shakespeare 100%. My interview with him drops on Friday, by the way. You guys can see that on Friday. That's just the teaser trailer. It's up on the Fallen State. But no, one of the questions he asks, I love this guy, by the way. He says, "Are you the head of your wife?" Like, yeah, sure, Jesse. And he's like, "Does she obey you?"
Well, I think that word is so taken out of context.
Yeah, no,
It's
I
so
agree.
taken out of context. I mean, I absolutely obey Mr. Fox. Yes, I do. If he tells me that I need to do something, I try to do it. If he tells me not to do something, I definitely don't do it. If he asks me to do something, though, I might not get it done. But if he says, don't do this, I'm not going to do it because I know that he has my best interest at heart. I married a good man, and I believe that he is working in the interest of our family. Why the hell would I fight him? It just doesn't
Yeah.
make any sense. And
No,
I
it's
just, women are bizarre. That thing he said, why would you offer war when you should kneel for peace? Look, that is what we're supposed to do. And I'm not suggesting that men and women aren't equal, because they absolutely are and can be in a marriage and whatever. People take Shakespeare out of context. What that speech was about the differences between men and women. There's another part about why are our bodies so soft, talking about women. Why are we weak? Why are we soft? So that our hearts, the soft conditions of our hearts, can more reflect our external parts. And there's a whole, and he actually says that, which is hilarious, and I always find that funny. But it's true. He's just pointing out that there are different roles that men and women play that balance each other out. And this is a wonderful thing, and it's a beautiful thing. And the women who fight against it will always be unhappy because they are trying to live a reality that isn't theirs. You're not born for this. So you're really going to become a plumber and snake drains. Like, you're going to get into the shit and like get into the dirty, that dirty job show. Boy, would I love to see women doing that, but they're not. They want to bitch and moan about all the things that they want. I want this, I want that. But no, you guys can go die in wars, and you can work on oil rigs, and you can work in the dirtiest jobs on earth, and we will not join you there. But we want all of this other stuff too.
Yep.
It's bullshit.
It's wild. It's like there's value. Like you said, there's value in the difference. That's the point. If men just wanted a man, they'd just be gay, right? Like there's at least one hole.
And
I
don't want to do that stuff. I want to be at home, warm and safe, while my husband or who is taking care of me out there. Like, I don't want to take his job. I can't do his job.
Listen to this internalized misogyny. Oh my God. Can you even believe this poor woman? She doesn't even have a will of her own. It's subservient to this man. Oh my God.
Just, you know what though?
When did you internalize your hatred? That's the question I have for you.
I just enjoy. I had my mother was a stay-at-home mom. She did all the things that women are, I guess, stereotyped to do. She sewed, she cooked, she taught us how to play musical instruments and paint, and she taught us how to sew, and she used to make all our clothes, and like, she was amazing. She was like Mary Poppins, which is why I'm in the basement right now, because my mom's visiting, so she's in my office sleeping. But she's wonderful, and I always just wanted to be just like her. And I don't see what's wrong with that. And
there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, most everything is right with that. Now, of course, there are women who will want to do certain things. They don't want a traditional role. And hey, cool.
Fine, go do that.
Literally no one is stopping you on earth from doing any of that. But if you meet like some resistance, or if you meet some skepticism, just be good at what you do. And it goes away immediately, because people respect skill, effort, training, talent. They respect all those things, and they really don't care what's hanging or not hanging between your legs when that comes into play. But if you're a 90-pound woman who wants to go oil rigging and crank on things that require massive amount of muscle, you better be fucking Wonder Woman. Like, you better have something supernatural about you, and because otherwise you just can't do the job. And it's fine that you can't. There's a bunch of jobs I would love to do, I've been watching an unreasonable amount of breakdancing videos lately. It's like, God, breakdancing is fucking cool. I know it's not cool, okay, chat, before you make fun of me. I already know breakdancing isn't cool, but I look at it and I go, man, breakdancing is cool because I grew up in the 80s. And so it's like, but I can't do what they do. No matter, like, I could train a whole lot, but I'm 40 now. I don't have time to get good at breakdancing. So tough shit. Like, but if I wanted to try and break into the breakdancing scene, if I had the talent and skill and effort, I could do that, but I don't. And the fact that there are women out there who have made a career out of championing people who don't have the talent, training, and skill to do things, to be in these positions, it's like, what world do you live in? Like, there's a bunch of stuff that men want to do that other men can do that they can't. And we all have to deal with that too.
Not everybody can do everything. By the way,
No.
some of the feminists who led women down this road to, divorce your husbands and join the workforce and all this stuff, which whatever you want to do, I don't care. But many of those women were actually living the lives they told the women to leave behind. Like, they had sugar daddies or husbands, and they were doing it's the same thing the left does. They tell you they want everyone to be gay and trans, but they're married to opposite sex and they have a bunch of kids. Yet they're telling everyone to be gay and trans. There's something wrong going on with the elites. They tell you these things, but they don't live them. Watch how they actually live. Listen to what they say, but watch how they live, because they don't live in these ways that they're encouraging you to live. And that's interesting.
Because when they do, they're fucking miserable. They're like when you meet the people who live what they preach, and what they preach is lunacy, they're miserable. They hate everything about it. They hate everybody. Their whole life is finding something to be mad at and to hate. And it's crazy to watch. Twitter is amazing people watching because of that. You just watch people insistent upon their own suffering. It's like, why do you do this to yourself? But they do every single day. And I was thinking about it just in my own perspective the other day. I was like, God, because of the Johnny Depp trial, have all this stuff, and there's lots of like negative sort of commentary going on. I'm like, I gotta watch out. I don't want to get sucked into this world of being completely negative about everything all the time. It was my check on myself. Like, tell a joke, have fun, have some mirth, because there's too much negative stuff happening, and you need to take a break from that. These people they cannot take a break. I think
there's some miscommunication with the chat, because there's a bunch of them complaining about how women shouldn't be forced to stay at home. Who the hell said that? Who are you listening to who said women should stay at home? Or that obedience, by the way, means equals slavery. Obedience is not a bad word. Okay. Obedience, according to the Bible anyway, is wise. In every time obedience is mentioned, it's mentioned about the wise man. The wise man or the wise woman is obedient, either to God or the authority or whatever, right? Obedience is talked about as being a wise choice. What's the opposite of obey? To disobey. What happens when you disobey laws? Well, you go to jail. When you disobey. So saying, oh, you don't obey your husband, you listen to him. Obedience to me is not a dirty word. It doesn't mean that he owns me or that I'm some kind of slave. But I absolutely respect my husband if he says, I need to not do something, or not spend this, or not spend. I don't. Period.
Well, that's because it's a partnership. And that's what people misunderstand about a partnership is, when in the context of, specifically in the biblical context, or just in the general traditional family context, the reason why wives should be obedient to their husbands is because in the traditional context, the husbands are running the house and the wives are running the household. So I don't know if I'm wording that correctly, but the men are in charge of provision. And that provision requires regulation because there are limited resources. Those resources need to be allocated.
You cannot have two cooks at the kitchen.
Yeah.
Too many cooks in the kitchen and you have chaos. I know way too many people whose marriages failed over finances because one person was overspending, and it doesn't always have to be the, the woman or whatever who's
Right.
overspending. It can be either one, but you have somebody running that. You have to have somebody doing that. And so the other person has to be in alignment with it.
Right.
Period.
And the a lot of traditional families, like my family, like I'm expected, the expectation and the pressure is on me to provide and then to allocate provision, and which often means, like, if I want to buy something, I'm the decision maker. If my wife wants to buy something, I end up being a lot of times the decision maker. Now, thank God she gets to buy most things that she wants. We're in a good place right now. Wasn't always so. We had to have discussions and chats about what we could and couldn't afford. And that meant most of the time that I wasn't buying fuck all for myself at all. Like there was no money for me. And that's the rub on that. Like, if you are in control of the finances, then you have to be the one in control, because if you fail, then the failure falls on the family, even though it was your fault. And so that's the exchange.
So much
Now,
pressure too. Pressure on to be the provider. I can't even imagine what that feels like. Mr. Fox is providing for a family of 5. And yes, I contribute somewhat, but certainly not as much as he does. So the pressure of that over 21 years now, we've been married 21 years, and we've been through times that were extremely difficult, and eating spaghetti and peanut butter and stuff, and living in one car, and that these are things you do as a partnership. And if you're fighting against one another, and I see so many people do this, if you're keeping things from one another, you're just never going to get anywhere. You're not going to get past that hump.
One brief story about relationships and finances, and then I'm going to start reading some super chats, and then we'll get to the daily unbreaded at some point. Before I did this, I worked in banking, and one of my jobs was at Wells Fargo. I was a personal banker. Personal bankers used to mean something cool. At Wells Fargo, in the modern area, they mean salesmen, sell products to people. There's no advising or anything that goes on anymore, except for how do you pay for your overdraft fees. So fuck Wells Fargo. I hope they die in a fire like they did before. Anyway, one of the things they wanted us to sell was the marriage package. I kid you not. The marriage package was 3 checking accounts and a savings account. And it was a joint checking account that money would go into with automatic transfers into the his and hers checking accounts every month, with automatic allowances, but then completely like autonomous from each other. So individual checking account for the husband, individual checking account for the wife, which meant they could never see each other's expenditures of any kind. And then a joint checking account that money went into and then just filtered out into these other accounts. And then a savings account as well. Now, Wells Fargo would bill that as somehow creating financial responsibility for each party. What they meant was the bank branch got to sell 4 products automatically, 3 checking accounts, 1 savings account, and then incidentally 3 debit cards, which makes it 7 products. And your daily goal was just happened to be 7 products. It's weird how that works out, but that's what they wanted you to do, is sell 7 products a day. But couples would sit down there like, I heard about some marital package. And I said, I do not recommend this at all. Do not get a joint checking account, and both of you understand what's happening in your own financial lives. Because if you don't know what the other person is doing, one of you will, could at some point outspend the other one. And then the other one will just be like, well, what the hell happened to our money, with no accountability or even opportunity to see what was going on. If the other person got a gambling addiction, you couldn't even check to find out. And it was crazy. And I was like, for your marriage, you have to know what the other person is doing, because finances are, I think, the leading cause of divorce.
Absolutely. No, it is, which is, I saw someone in the chat say, I refuse to fight over money. And that's a great thing, a great promise to make before you get married or considering it, because you have to agree on that. You have to have those conversations up front.
Yeah.
And then agree. But yeah, okay,
Yeah.
fine. Finances are boring. The chat thinks we're boring.
They are boring, but it all goes into this generalized theme that there are traditional gender roles. Those traditional roles convey meaning and have benefited society until now. They didn't suddenly become unpopular. They did suddenly become unpopular, but the funny thing is they didn't suddenly become unuseful. And the fact that there are people like
they just fell
rebelling
out of
against
style.
rebelling against what built the world is one of the weirdest things that is so 21st century. It's like, well, men are terrible. It's like men built the world. I mean, sure, there were reasons that men were the builders and women weren't in different eras. Those reasons don't hold as true today. I mean, some of them do, physical reality and stuff like that. But women can be part of construction crews where previously in different societies, maybe they couldn't. But it doesn't matter. Men still did build the world, and like just trying to immediately turn the light switch off, you're going to be in for fucking trouble. Because men still largely build the world. It's our role is to build. We do that.
All right, I'm sending you a link in the private chat for a
Uh-oh.
headline that will at least just, if you read it, will make everyone scream with laughter.
Okay. And then I'm going to read super chats. Yes. I love this. Someone mentioned this earlier. Here we go.
Headline.
Woman who claims she got a sexually transmitted disease from an ex-boyfriend after sex in the back of his Hyundai Genesis.
So
is awarded
specific.
$5.2 million settlement from his car insurance company. How did she get a $5.2 million claim? These fucking claims cap at like 70 grand on almost everybody's car insurance.
I want to know why this headline is like 8 million words long and how the editor let it go. Look at how weirdly specific it is. Do we have to know it's a Hyundai Genesis too?
Yes, of course you do.
Why?
Because it's a Hyundai Genesis. Bacos. I don't know if Bacos is in the chat, but he knows. He knows. Sex in the. Do you know how uncomfortable sex would be in the back of a Hyundai Genesis?
Oh my God.
Are you familiar with the Hyundai Genesis?
No, I don't even. What is it? How big is it? How old were these people when this happened? I mean, I have a lot of questions based on this headline. There's just question after question coming.
Well, I guess this is probably a 4-door Hyundai Genesis. I've only seen the 2-door ones in person, so maybe there is some back room in the there is a 4-door Hyundai Genesis, but you know it's here I'll pull it up. Here we go. This is a 2015 Hyundai Genesis right here.
God.
So there you go. Getting reamed out in the back of one of those, and you get herpes. Oh fuck, that's not a good day.
I want to know how old these people were. Are the ages of these people because who is having sex in a car past,
was it
I don't know, 18, 17?
Let's see. No, I mean it's not a cheap car. Let's see. She alleging she contracted HPV. Wait, she got HPV from him?
Well, how did they prove that? Because you can be an HPV carrier, I think.
Yeah, he was apparently.
No. I mean, women can too. I mean, and it can just, I guess, like you can just get it. Like you could be a carrier. You could have. I think I'm not a doctor, not a biologist, but I thought that you could actually just get it without having it passed on to you. I think you could be a carrier. Either.
So it says. Court documents reveal that in the suit, the woman alleged that her ex-boyfriend had been told that he had throat cancer. He had throat cancer tumor, not a throat cancer tumor, but he had throat cancer tumor and was diagnosed with HPV.
Who edited this?
Yet he continued to have unprotected sex with her, knowing the risks. Probably was like, wasn't she vaccinated? Oh, wait. So what is this? This is a different Honda Genesis. This one looks luxurious.
It's a hatchback. Well, there's more room back there.
That's different than the one I pulled up. I mean, I would probably have sex in the back of this car.
How old are you? You are not having sex in the back of any cars.
No,
No,
well,
you are not. Your back will not allow it. I guarantee
will, but I will go to the hospital. That's what I'm saying. So in May 2021, the arbitrator found that the man and woman had sex inside his vehicle that directly caused or directly contributed to cause the HPV infection. Is this the only time they had sex? Is that it? Was that the one?
So weird.
The one time? It's like, well, we're gonna have sex this one time. It better be in the back of this sweet Hyundai Genesis.
This can't be real. This cannot be a real story. This has to be fake news.
He was found liable for not disclosing his infection status, and the woman was awarded $5.2 million for damages and injuries to be paid by Geico.
And yet, in California, you don't have to tell people you have AIDS.
Right. That's very important. Yeah. Let's see.
4 doors infects horse. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that's the funniest thing I've seen in like a month, at least. 4 doors.
Let's see. Crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Here we go.
And of course it's in Missouri. Of course.
Yeah.
Because this is what Missouri is doing. Instead of cleaning up the family court scandal, they're ruling on shit like this.
Look, I think they're just punishing that guy for having sex in the back of a Hyundai Genesis. 4
doors more sores.
Oh, damn it.
HPV Honda model. The HPV Honda.
Okay. The Hyundai pox virus, HPV. Jeebus says, so who argued free speech in the Depp versus Heard trial? Rottenborn argued it. Amber Heard mentioned it once to allow him to make the argument. It was weak. It was actually a really, really anemic assertion. And you'll see this in defamation cases. They say the First Amendment protects speech, therefore my speech must be protected. But the First Amendment does not protect defamatory speech in the same way that the Second Amendment does not protect murder with a gun, right? Like it's the exact same thing. You have a right to use speech. You do not have a right to use speech in a false way to destroy someone's life or livelihood. And that's just the way it goes. But yeah, Rottenborn made the argument. Ryu D says coffee brand coffee for all your tea needs. A tea man. Damn. Oh, so wait, are we gonna have a sponsor off here? Can I get the quartering to sponsor this show with coffee brand coffee and make the Dragon's Treasure tea look like an absolute bitch? Can we do that? That would be funny. I'm gonna try that out. Stephen Cooper, hashtag justice for Act Man. Yes, I don't know who Act Man is, but I saw his tweet that YouTube just randomly shut down his entire channel's monetization today. I don't know why. He doesn't know why. He had like no strikes at all. Not sure what's up, but it's crazy to see this shit manifest. So I'll be looking into it. Scrog CW, when your show begins, can Johnny Depp sell his judgment to a collection agency and then just kick back? If not, why not? Yes. Yeah, there are absolutely collection agencies who could take up but would you? As a collection agency, what would you pay? What would you pay for your $8.35 million verdict against Amber Heard? What would you, as a collection agency, what would you offer for that? Like $1 million? Would you even offer $1 million? Do you think you can recover from her? I don't know. I wouldn't buy it. All right, next, Doug Murray.
4 whores and 7 years ago.
4 whores and 7 years ago, my Hyundai Genesis. I put the fear of HPV in a woman, and I put it to her hard. She asked me for more and more and more, and I said, more HPV, it's coming to you.
Oh God. We're going to hell.
We'll see Abe there, I'm sure. For hanging all of the Indians.
True.
Most people don't know, based Abraham Lincoln, overseer of the largest mass execution in U.S. judicial history, right here in Minnesota. The
terrible.
Didn't hang the Civil War generals, but he hung the shit out of the Sioux Uprising. Doug Murray says in Irish voice, Kathleen, there's no gays in Ireland. You're confused again. You got the misconceptions in that wee brain of yours. Some people are singing man. He likes to do a jig. He's flamboyant, Kathleen. He's not gay. He's not gay. I don't know what that's in reference to, but I'm with it. Bogey 34. Nick, check out the trial of Mike Reddick next week. Wife likely stabbed him to death. She also just happened to be his stepdaughter. You read that, right?
Yeah, I read that. Oh, that crazy.
Florida man.
Crazy story.
Wild. I haven't heard of it at all. Captain Nemo, please check your Instagram DMs when you have time. Want to show appreciation for the last number of weeks keeping me entertained at work. I will check them out. Chris Anderson, advice on first Scotch and Irish whiskeys under $100. Well, I'm going to take you right up to the limit then, brother. Irish whiskey, yellow spot, about $95. It's good. It's very, very, very good. You will not be disappointed. If you can't, like if yellow spot's too much for you, go with green spot, but then regret it because you should have bought yellow spot. As far as your first Scotch, go with a Dalwhinnie 15 or a Dalwhinnie Distillers Edition. Either of those should be just under $100. Both of them are great. And they're great first Scotch as well. A white guy named Tyrone says, today is my 32nd birthday. Can you wish me happy birthday since you are king of toasts? Yes, to a white guy named Tyrone. The man with the blessed name on Tinder, Tyrone. The man who will never be short of dates in the digital age, but will always be a shocking disappointment when women meet you in person. May you enjoy your 32 years on the planet and know that as a man, every single year in your 30s is better and better because for no reason at all, people start to respect you more and more as that second digit climbs, though they've hated you your entire life up until this point. This is the benefit of being a man, is that from every single year past 30, it gets better. And may they continue to do so for you, brother. Cheers. Also, work on your black voice just in case the Tinder chick calls. You want to disappoint her live and in person, not by phone or text. Trust me, because then she'll be too like worked up to say no about it later. When you show up and you're a white guy. Nat JVS says, Nick, I refound you for the Johnny trial after watching during Rittenhouse. My puppy has been sick and crate resting since it started, and you made the days go by faster. So thank you for being you. Oh, thank you, Nat JVS. You should never have to re-find me, Nat. You should always be here because I'm always here for you. And when I'm not here, there's a million backlogged episodes where you can go be offended. So do that. Michael Lashley. I just saw The Counselor. Thanks, Nick, for the recommendation back during Peg Preston stream. What a wild film. Great movie. The Counselor, fantastic. It's dark as shit. The acting is phenomenal, and it is wholly depressing. It's also one of the only films to tell the absolute fucking truth about cartels and how horrifying they are. Watch it. Derek Bamanek, an F in chat for Timcast IRL, an abandoned studio, and rumors of another apparent swatting are all that is present. By the way, Nick, Gate and Lay Lamau, that's true. Matthew Perkins, Jeremy won't admit this, but Coffee Brand coffee makes you late and happy. That's true. Yeah, it does. I've heard that about that, actually. It was on the reviews. Dustin Skidmore, Nick, can you apply for a religious tax exemption by creating the Church of the Unbreaded? As far as grifts go, that seems to be S tier. I'll think about it, and I'll have to weigh out if God will literally kill me for doing it. I think the Pope hat goes far, so I'm not sure if I should do more. Dirt Bike says
Wait, are
Slamber
you
Heard.
kidding? You have to do more. You have to wear the Pope hat.
No. I meant to actually create an actual church.
Well, that I don't recommend.
That
But wear the hat as much as you want.
Oh yeah, the hat is definitely, it's getting worn tonight. Tall Skinny Geek says, "Come quickly. The jury filled out the rest of the paperwork." Where the hell is this? Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I can do the transition here. The Field, about the feminism thing. There's no such thing as equality. The simple fact that every person shall make different choices destroys the notion. Also, I need to gain about 5 pounds. Please give me a papal skinny shaming. Oh, The Field. Oh, I got you. You skinny piece of shit. What? Oh, you turn sideways? You turn sideways and no one notices you? Good. No one's ever going to notice you. You know why? Because you don't have an ounce of muscle on you. You're a pathetic, bony loser. You always have been, and you always will be, unless you pick up a goddamn fork and eat. What are you thinking? Oh, I'm going to sit here and be this skinny piece of garbage. I'm going to be invisible to those around me because what? You don't want pecs or whatever? What is this? Are you trying to be a virgin for the rest of your life, or are you trying to be a literal dildo? Because I'm telling you what, with as scrawny as your bitch ass is, the second you got her pants down, you would be fully inside her and lost forever. You'd probably suffocate and die. And maybe you should if you can't gain 5 measly pounds. Try ramen. And when it doesn't work, try it again. That's how you get heavy. Try ramen twice. God. Oh, these people. Andrew Hansen. Truth is stranger than fiction. Did you see that there's actually a Dr. David Spiegel at Stanford who's a psychiatrist specializing in dissociative disorders and PTSD? Yes, I did see that. That's phenomenal. There's a lot of speculation that they meant to call that Dr. Spiegel, but they got this one. But let me dispel that notion for you. They paid for what they got. They paid for it. Exactly. Did you write a piece about Dr. Spiegel?
I did. I sent it to you today.
Yep.
He's about him whining about how you people in the chat, you're all too mean and you're inappropriate. Now,
yes.
I was like, no, Dr. Spiegel, no, don't tell the internet that it's inappropriate. You're in so much trouble now.
This fucking weirdo goes on. He's like bitching. Well, my WebMD had like 20 reviews and now it has thousands and they're all negative. It's like, dude, you sold your integrity. You sold it. And you knew what you were doing. You can't bitch about it now. You came up and you said that she was a credible person. You lied about domestic abuse in your field. You lied. First of all, he lied about that being his field. That was funny. No, I wrote articles that concern that. It's like this tiny bit of a subsection of one paragraph is not writing an article that concerns it, by the way. But so he lies about that. Then he lies about the realities of domestic abuse, which literally anybody with any experience with any domestic abuse or knowing someone could see was complete bullshit. And then he's pissed that people are calling him out on it.
The worst part of what he did is that in his Newsweek op-ed, he actually said, he told us all these horrible backlashes that he got. It literally came down to, and I shit you not, he said this. He wrote this down. 1 rude phone call and 1 rude email and a handful of, bad reviews that they just deleted. I mean, what? I get more than that on a random Tuesday, doctor. Excuse me?
Oh, these people are all fucking lucky. All of them, because like Google is on their side. Like not on their side, but Google was looking out because Google probably deleted thousands of reviews for these people.
Oh, sure.
And what is
They
almost
would never do that for me. On Amazon, on my books on Amazon, by the way, because I had trolls after me when I wrote this book about this public library in Chicago that was letting guys jerk off and watch porn in front of kids. I wrote a book about the fight against those people. And I had trolls after me for years and all of 4chan, basically, because I don't know, they like porn in libraries. Who knows? I don't understand.
Who doesn't like porn in libraries? I mean, I know when I go to watch Riley Reid get hollowed out on both ends, I do it in a public library because that's
so gross.
That's what you do, right? You're like,
and it wasn't just the porn in the library. It was also hidden reports that they had that they never called police when sex crimes were being committed in the library. So it went beyond that. But I wrote this book about it and I had all these trolls after me. They put bullshit reviews all over my Amazon account, all over, and I cannot get them off. And they are clearly not people who bought the book. Amazon will not even respond to those. So the idea that someone like Smeagol, or whatever his name is pissed about a couple of reviews that they're going to delete the next day, like literally 24 hours later, they take it down for him. It's just so bullshit. It makes me so mad. The double standard sucks. They don't know what being chased by the mob is like. I do. And like everybody I work with does. Like we all know what it's like, to be called a Nazi. And do you know how many horrible slurs people throw at me every day? Nazi, homophobe, all kinds of things. Just because I like free speech. I mean, it's insane. And so for him to be up there saying these things, I'm like, dude, you got one nasty phone call. You got one nasty email. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I mean, there's a little more evidence of the Nazi thing just today.
Oh, shit.
Like I'm not
that. I disavowed it. I disavowed it loudly. I disavowed it.
I'm just saying. So maybe those in glass houses, or whatever, sink ships. No, it's crazy. Like I have there are negative reviews on now. My Google reviews are largely positive, and all, almost all of them are just based on the show, which is great. But the negative reviews I do have, I've never interacted with these people, never met these people. There are people who lie and say, oh, I was Nick's client. He landed me in jail forever. It's like, that definitely didn't happen. So it's objectively false. So it's like, but you can't get Google to remove them. Like they don't do it. So, I mean, my business doesn't depend on reviews on Google. So it doesn't matter.
I don't really give a shit what my reviews say on Amazon either. But
right.
The point is, so my last line in the article that I wrote, and please do go to pjmedia.com, click on columnist, click on my name, and give me all the clickety clicks you can, because you don't have to send me a dime, but if you clickety click on all my articles, that helps me out a lot because I get paid that way. But anyway, my very last line in that article was, nut up, sir. This is the Thunderdome. Like, what do you think you were getting into going into this high profile trial? Plus, you're a total jerk on the stand. And it's not like he wasn't likable. The guy is likable. People actually loved him because he made the trial hilarious. If he had just gone with that instead of whine to Newsweek, he could have a YouTube channel right now with 80 million hits. If he just decided to rant about stuff, people would watch that all day long. I would watch it. The guy is entertaining as hell. We couldn't take our eyes off of him. Do you remember when his little hair was sticking up like this? And he used the phrase, "You're splitting hairs." I died.
What about this one?
I like the face he landed on. It was like.
So I do have to ask. Can you tell us about the Nazi article you wrote?
Fuck you, heartfelt.
Red Mage 13. Check Salty Cracker's quote tweet about the pro-abortion activist who walked into Biden's motorcade, got laid out on the pavement by police and Secret Service. Yeah, she fucked around and found out. Good. Nuclear Jones. Ever heard of Shane Gillis? Best comedian working today. Got a job at SNL, but was fired immediately for being too funny. The dog's in the chat. No, I have heard of him. I don't know anything about him. Look, it's easy to be too funny on Saturday Night Live. You just have to be any level of funny, and you are too funny for Saturday Night
Right.
Live.
They're so
What a
unfunny.
fucking joke that has become.
So unfunny. And they used to be so funny.
Yeah. Well, when they had talent.
Remember Phil Hartman doing Bill Clinton, or the guy who used to do Gary Hart? Because my God, that Gary Hart impression, I can't remember who did it. It was years ago. That's how old I am. You probably don't even remember. You're younger than me. But that when they would actually go after politicians, regardless of what party they were in, God, that was funny. Funny.
Oh, dude,
shit.
The Reno time. Janet Reno had a bunch of high schoolers locked up in an eternal party in her basement.
Yes.
And the funniest thing that I think I ever saw Saturday Night Live was when Will Ferrell was doing Janet Reno, or the Janet Reno impression. I don't want to defame Janet Reno by suggesting that she had sex with Will Ferrell. That'd be embarrassing. But while
I think the worst thing Janet Reno ever did was burn a bunch of children alive in a building. But what do I know?
Yeah. So, but they had Will Ferrell was doing the Janet Reno impression with all these kids in the basement or whatever. And then the actual Janet Reno busts through the wall and she says, "It's Reno time." And I don't think they told Will Ferrell that it was happening because he looked genuinely shocked that Janet Reno showed up. And it was pretty funny. Like that was good. That was funny. It was way funnier than her burning children to death in a building.
Way funnier. But that wasn't funny at all. It was just horrifying. And no one ever faced any consequences for it.
Why would they? I mean, they would be the ones who have to find themselves guilty, so they weren't going to do that.
They weren't going to do that.
It's very inconvenient, Megan.
Very inconvenient. It's like when
I don't have time to find me guilty.
I just discovered that my kids, I have two daughters and a son, and my two older daughters are trying to decide what they're going to do. And my middle one wants to be an attorney, but she wants to be a defense attorney. She's determined to be a defense attorney. You're my favorite child. Fuck the government. I'm with you. My oldest child tells me now she's thinking about becoming Secret Service. So I'm like, you're disinvited to Thanksgiving. I cannot have a representative of the state at my Thanksgiving table. I'm just kidding.
But I'm not, though.
She can eat on the porch. The porch is good.
Yeah, you can't come in because I can't trust you anymore.
You might be wired.
Bad Weather Biker says waiting wouldn't be quite as gay if you played some good music like Undead Chronic does before a stream. Maybe a cool animation to look at as well. Well, don't get your hopes up on any of those things happening. No, guys, I wouldn't have been late today if not for the fact that I had no idea what time it was. I thought we had plenty of time to watch the show we were watching. So Doug Murray, the mayor of Chickentown, has been swatted and charged by the January 6th committee for farting with eye contact. Okay. Mephisto's movie reviews. Hi, Nick. It's my birthday today. Unbreaded. Don't need a toast. Just check my DM to you on Twitter. Yeah, man. I'll be setting up a show with you. We can do a movie review. It better be a good one. Wick Dipper. Can you give us a toast to Chair Coon, ever faithful companion through your post-stream defecation? Susan won't let me say shit. Always captivating our attention with that luxurious stitching. To Chair Coon, I think you're the second most expensive chair in my house, but you're the most expensive chair in my heart. I love you, Chair Coon. Believe me, I would broadcast from the massage chair if you guys would be able to hear me. I have a massage chair.
Like,
Megan.
You mean the one from Sharper Image?
Except this one was made by Japanese people, so it's got an advantage.
Everything in that store was made by Japanese people.
No, there's American massage chairs, and they don't massage as hard as Japanese ones, but Japanese ones only go up to my mid back. Because
you're so tall.
Fucking short men like make short chairs, but it's like it's a Japanese one, and I got it because it does really, like, actually a little too hard of foot massage.
Yeah,
which
I'm
is kind of
scared
good.
of those. I have a fear of those chairs because I once sat down in one and it started squeezing my feet and it didn't stop when it should have, and I panicked and I couldn't get out of it. I was stuck in like, I don't
Yeah,
think
'cause
I'll
you, like-
ever sit in one again.
You like shove your arms into these things and
Yeah,
they
it's
like
scary.
hold you in with air pockets and stuff. The only thing why don't they have a happy ending chair massage? I just want to know this. Like
Disavow.
if this is an Asian chair, it better give me happy ending. Long time. And
Oh,
it doesn't.
No comment.
Like put one of those the fleshlights on it or whatever and just make
Ew,
it work. I
gross.
don't
Oh,
I'm
we're
you
back to
pay
the
enough for
pillow.
these things. What's an extra $100? That's all I want to know. Very, very frustrating. If it was a Vietnamese made chair, it probably would. Is that offensive?
I'm trying so desperately not to laugh at this joke. I'm trying so hard. I just, look, if my editor is watching, it was the whiskey. That's it. That's all. That's it. I disavow.
Get your editor on the show. I'll get him laughing too.
No, she is a
She?
Baptist.
Oh.
She would not find this funny.
Oh, I can make a Baptist laugh like no tomorrow.
She's great though. I love her so much. Eric, get your resume ready, Megan. Well, I always say that the big boss at Salem, his Twitter feed is way spicier than mine. So I always go check what he's saying before I let it loose because I figure if he's more spicy than me, I'm still safe.
What does he say about Japanese made chairs?
He would have something to say, I'm sure. I'll ask him tomorrow.
I'd like to know what the Cambodian chairs would do, but they're all dead.
That's terrible.
Are genocide jokes off the table? We're after 2 hours. We can make genocide jokes now. YouTube can't even stop us.
I don't think my headphones are working. I think the sound cut out there. For a second. I'm not sure I can. Nick?
No, it's me. I'm muted. Hostage turkey. Oh, this is a serious chat. Sorry. The Pol Pot jokes. Oh, no one came to this stream expecting a Pol Pot joke, but you got one.
No one. No one might, especially me.
By the way, chat.
I thought we were going to talk about Ezra Miller, and somehow we ended up talking about genocide jokes. God damn it, Nick.
That's the way it goes. By the way, chat, if you like Pol Pot jokes, if you like genocide jokes, if you don't like Cambodians or whatever, and you want to make fun of Vietnamese people making chairs that give you blowjobs, please click the like button. Please do that. So YouTube knows.
I just want to point out that I love the Cambodian people, period.
Me too. I'm glad they got away from that motherfucker. Pol Pot was a monster. I don't like communists.
There was once a teacher in Illinois at a high school who literally got some kids sent me some pictures of inside their classroom. He had a sign on the wall that said, "Heroes of History." And I shit you not, Pol Pot was on the wall with Chairman Mao and what's that fucker's name from Cuba? The one on all the t-shirts.
Fidel Castro? Or
him
Che
too,
Guevara?
but fuck him too.
Che Guevara.
But yeah, Che Guevara. And there was somebody else too. I mean, I'm like, how come Hitler's not up there? Like, what the hell are you doing, you moron? Like, yeah, horrible. Wait, heroes of history.
You guys heard it here. Megan Fox just said, heroes of history, only missing Hitler. I don't know.
It's just, it just never ends. I walk right into these things.
You did that one. Hostage Turkey says, "Hey, Nick, my girlfriend of 2.5 years broke up with me today. There's no bad blood. Joke. But neither of us wanted to split, even though we think it's probably for the best. No toast needed, but some advice would be appreciated. I'm 20, FYI, unbreaded." Oh, you're 20? I mean, buddy, you got a billion years of life ahead of you. Here's the thing about breakups, especially in your 20s. Breakups are a temporary question. And you have to understand that. Now, they may be permanent, but right now, a breakup at 20 is a first offer. And you can think about it, and then you can refuse to accept it, right? And you can counteroffer, and maybe you'll get back together. Maybe you won't. I don't know. Depends. But if you're both 20, like, and she and you have decided that this isn't right for you, one, you're both 20, so you're both retarded. And that's not really anything you can do about that. You have no idea what the rest of your life is. So if you like her, hang around for a little bit, pursue her, and maybe that's what you need to do. If you don't like her and you actually do think it's for the best that you break up, then go do something else. There's a billion other women out there. I mean, there's more than that, but most of them are ugly. So just go for the billion that aren't. That's my advice to you. But man, you're 20. You got a whole lot of life ahead of you. Don't sweat it. If you're 45, I'd give you different advice. That would involve a 9mm.
Oh my God.
Well, a 9mm needle and a heroin addiction. That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There's no man or woman who is worth your life being taken. That was a joke. That was a joke. David Swander. I just wanted Megan to unmute. David Swander says, Megan, the last time you were on the show, you threw some serious shade on Missouri. You did today too. That was amazing.
Well, they suck.
I'm debating moving my family there. Why should we avoid it?
Please don't. Or you should avoid it because if you should
Ethan Ralph was born in Missouri.
Well, there. But if you ever get involved in family court, you do not want to be in Missouri. Let me tell you, you don't want to be in family court at all for any reason, but you for sure as shit do not want to be there in Missouri. If you guys want to go look into my 27-part investigation into the Missouri corruption in the family court system, you can find that. Actually, I'll have to give Nick a link because you won't find it without that. So maybe Nick will put the link in because a bunch of you in the chat have actually asked for it. So you can go read up on it. And guess what? You're not going to believe this shit, Nick. The most corrupt guardian ad litem I ever reported on is in Missouri. And guess what? Governor Parsons, that prick, who is a Republican governor, just nominated her, or at least is considering her, for a judgeship.
Yep.
This woman, her name is Elaine Pudlowski. I have her on tape, literally on tape, sending a little girl back to a man she says abused her, sodomized her. And I have Elaine on tape saying, did he stick his finger up her butt? I don't know. She says he did. He says he didn't. So I'm just going to sign the paper and send her fucking back to him. How about that?
Oh, wow.
And this is a woman. So you want to know what's wrong with Missouri? The governor is so goddamn stupid that he is going to appoint this woman as a judge, a woman who cannot tell if it's, she doesn't know if someone stuck their finger up the butt of a small child, and she doesn't know what to do about that except send her for overnight visits. I'm not kidding. That happened. It's in my investigation, and whatever. Missouri's fucked.
Yeah. That's pretty awful. Yeah. Let me share that in the chat. If you guys want to see that in the chat, I'm going to spam it a couple times. By the time you hear me say this, it's already there, and I'll pin one of these links so you can check that out. Family court is a horrifying thing. Because it's removed from the rest of the court system. It has its own set of rules.
And it's closed.
It often has its own judges. It's closed. It's not transparent. And the scary thing... They don't even
let me in. They don't let the reporters in. So not even the media. All you people who say, we don't need cameras. We can just have the media tell us what happened. They don't let me in.
Yeah.
Even though they're supposed to.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. People misunderstand me because I say that in some ways the family court is more, in some states like Minnesota, for example, the family court is more fair to men now than it was 20 years ago. That I think the family court is a good thing. It is not. It is not a good thing. There's so much work to do, but there are some states who are trying to remove gender biases from the family court, and in the law, because they used to actually be written into the statutes. Now we just have to wait for all of the old crusty judges to literally fucking die so that newer judges can come in and not actually apply gender.
You know what the problem is?
What's that?
Nick, the problem is this. There are competing cottage industries, okay, in the family court.
Yeah.
So we have
Oh, no, I
the
know.
domestic violence women over here, the domestic violence experts, and they want to train the judges and they want to train but what the fuck did you go to law school for if you don't know how to apply the goddamn law? Why do you need a trainer to tell you as a judge how to rule on the law? And how to look at evidence? Why do you need? So then there's the other cottage industry over here of the people who are against the parental alienation syndrome, which is a big load of shit, by the way, total load of shit. But they all have their own experts who are all making money. It doesn't matter what their expertise is. They're all making money on trying to get these judges to do their training, and they speak at these conventions. You know that fucking convention that the judge went to during the Depp trial? You know that thing? Yeah, that's one of those things where they go.
I want to speak there.
Well, do you know how many people are grifting at that place? If you could,
I know, I'm jealous. Do you know what I could do, Megan? Imagine me taking judge money to tell them about media.
That would be great.
And trials, right? See, I should be at all of these conventions.
But why do they need to be told, Nick, how to follow the goddamn Constitution? It's a short document. It's not that hard. If the litigants' due process rights are being violated, you fucking shut that down. It's not that hard. You're the judge. You are the decision maker in that case. There's no jury. So you're the one who has to look at the evidence and decide who's fucking lying. If you're not equipped to do that, and you have to hire some court-appointed Yahoo to do it for you, and then you don't even look at the evidence, you just look at the report that Elaine Pudlowski gives you, and she says, this is the way that you should rule. And then you fucking sign the thing. You're not a good judge, and you should be locked up in fucking jail. You suck.
I agree with everything you said, except it's Yahoo, please.
Dude, what did I say? Yahoo?
You said Yahoo, and it's we just use Yahoo around here. It's
where
our
the
word.
Hell are you from?
It's our word. As a Yahoo, it's our word, and you cannot. If you're going to use it,
I've never heard that.
I'll give you a pass. I'll give you a Y word pass, but you are going to have to use it with respect. I'm just saying.
The chat's telling me to calm down. Fine, I'll go back to my drink.
Never calm down. Get only angrier.
Now I'm going to slurp just to piss you off.
Okay. Christmas meat. What? Are you a ham? I don't know what that is. A pair of chats from Phantasmagorical on Monday night stream hit close to home. My brother and I are also 27 and 29, and we also lost our dad last year. Maybe Phantasmagorical's your mom. I don't know. I extend my deepest sympathies and condolences. Thank you, Nick, for all you do. Yeah, that was a tough one to hear. And to you and your brother, blessings to you guys, and condolences, of course. I can't imagine losing my parents before I turned 30. That would be an absolute nightmare. So I applaud you for working through that. Jokey pokey. If you're adopted through CPS in Texas, the state will pay your tuition to any state college. Well, that's nice. Lori Allgood, thanks for the donation. Your chat didn't come through because YouTube stole your money. Casey, I guess I just lost my grandpa. I don't know how to feel. Please help. Casey, you know how to feel. First of all, you're a man, so you don't get to cry, and that's okay. Your grandpa wouldn't want you to cry. He wouldn't. With that said, you can feel loss. You can feel sadness. You can feel absence. But most importantly, you can feel fulfillment, honor, and courage, knowing that you got to know your grandfather, that you got to learn from your grandfather, and that those lessons and his example will live with you forever, no matter that he is physically gone. He'll never be away from you on the inside. And that's what matters. That was his job. And I know he did it because you wrote me about it. So cheers to him. Cheers to you. And it's okay to feel a little down for a little bit. Stolen screen name. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Pastor Flash. Nick, I turned 40 years old today. Feel very old and tired. Could I get a toast? Pastor Flash, for trying to catch up to me, but you'll always fail because math is real. Welcome to 40. It's a whore. I don't know what to say about it other than
46 is worse.
that. 40 is a whore. Ride it hard. Show it no respect. And then complain about how much your hip hurts afterwards, brother. I'm right there with you.
And get a weekly massage.
Seriously. Chiropractors, I know they're bullshit, but like, if you're going to a chiropractor to cure cancer, you deserve double cancer. Go to a chiropractor to make your bones and back feel good for 10 minutes. And if you're 20, you don't understand this, but when you're 40, you really fucking do.
Now, you
And then
don't go to a chiropractor. Go to a massage therapist.
No,
It lasts longer.
Go to both.
Well, you could go to both.
You got to get that. You got to get that pop in there. Find a chiropractor who will pop your neck. Oh my God.
I know it feels good at the moment, but sometimes I think that I don't need it as often. I do the massage therapy every week because
oh yeah, massage therapy.
That has made the whole difference. I used to have migraine headaches every single month, and I don't if I go every week. I don't.
Your goal for massage therapy should be that you make enough money to where you are literally constantly getting massaged. I mean that, like, it should be like the sliding scale, like the autism spectrum, but massage versus money. So when you eventually max out on the autism spectrum, it's actually you getting a massage 23.59 hours a day. And then the point, or the 1 minute that's left, that should be you making all of the money to fund the next day. So when you do that, you have won at life. But as you get older, those like therapeutic treatments, I'm not shitting you guys. You probably don't believe me if you're young, because I didn't either, but they are invaluable. They're invaluable. Take the time to do them and you will feel way better. I'm so long overdue for a massage. Oh my God.
I get one every week.
Rachel Teal, late to the party. Quick rundown. Well, that was a long time ago. The quick rundown is David Shane is a grab ass who grabs asses, allegedly. And he's also a whiny bitch who sent a letter to Megan Fox bitching about the fact that she reported on a story and also basically defended him in the article. And now we know that he's a turbo cuck who actually probably molests all sorts of people, even children. I made that last part up. That part was a joke. You're not supposed to take that as
That's
a factual
Ezra
assertion.
Miller. That's Ezra Miller. You got your story confused. We didn't get to Ezra yet.
It wasn't confused, because if it was confused, it would be a factual statement. But it's not a factual statement. I'm making a joke that David Grab-Ass Shane touches children. That's a comedy bit that's not factual. And if anybody believes it's factual coming from me at this level of inebriation at this time of night, then they're insane. I'm just saying he touches kids as a joke.
Couch.
Look, just because I think he looks like a pedophile doesn't make him a pedophile. It makes for funny jokes. That's all. I certainly wouldn't accuse him of that, because that would be ridiculous. I have zero evidence of this. So, okay. Anyway, Sword and Scale. Hey, what's up? Says, seriously in shock by how many new subs I've gotten after publishing the 20-minute clip of our interview. You are the golden grifter goose. Can't wait to release the episode that you're on. But in the meantime, please lay a red hot gold goose egg on me. What the hell is, what even is that? Guys, that's Mike from Sword and Scale. And look, if you want, and this is to you ladies in the chat, because I know you ladies love true crime. Megan, how much do ladies love true crime?
Oh, we love it. We cannot get enough of it. In fact, I'm working on a couple of true crime podcasts that I've been working on for a while. Hopefully they'll come out soon.
What is it about true crime that really like winds up?
I can tell you.
Women. I want to know. I have my theories, but I want to hear it from a female.
All right. For me, specifically, I think that the worst way to die is death by serial killer. And I want to make sure that I avoid them at all costs. So that means that I have to get to know them and who they are and what they do and what they're like and how to spot them and how to not get murdered. One of my favorite podcasts is called My Favorite Murder. And they're kind of political in the beginning, so I always skip past them because they're Trump haters and I can't stand that. But well, not that I care, but I don't want to listen to people rant about politics when I'm trying to listen to murder shows. But their hilarious tagline is "Stay sexy and don't get murdered." Like, that's good advice.
I was apt to agree with you for a moment, but then I thought about it, having done considerable research on serial killers. Actually, having been known by the librarian at my high school for checking out all the serial killer books. Whew, we're not going to talk about it. But that being said, I find that serial killers tend to have actually rather mundane ways of killing most of the time, right? Like it's always like, oh, well, they just ran him over. Like,
are you kidding? Do you know about the Night Stalker? What the hell? What are you talking about? The BTK killer?
Tell me how'd they kill?
The Night Stalker?
Yeah.
The Night Stalker was absolutely terrifying. He would pick random people. They could be in any ages. He would kill both the woman and the man, like a couple together. He would torture them first, rape them, and then kill them. Like, horrifying. The BTK killer, bind, torture, kill. Oh, dear Jesus. That's the worst way to die. Worst ever. I would rather die in a shark attack, rather die in any other way than death by serial killer. I need to learn how to spot
But
these
most of them aren't like torture rapists. That's the thing. Most of them just like strangle you to death and then bury you in the basement.
Awful. Can you imagine being strangled to death?
Yeah, but I'd rather be strangled.
It takes a long time. It is not quick like they show you in the movies. No, it isn't. It takes a long time.
But I'd rather be strangled than rape murdered.
Well, okay, fine.
I'm just saying. And like the majority of serial killers.
Okay, fine. I'd rather be strangled than rape murdered. However.
Yes. And what kind of rape? Was it like a polite raping or was it a rude raping?
No,
because there's different kinds of rapings that serial killers could do.
Are there though?
Yep.
I mean, according to the documentary that I watched about the Night Stalker, it was brutal. It was absolutely brutal.
But like documentarians, first of all, have you ever met a documentarian? Many of them are not interesting.
Yes, I work with one.
Well, that one's probably great, but I've met some documentarians.
He is great. His name is Billy Mintz, and he made a movie called The Guardians, which every single one of you have to watch because it was based on the movie. Did you guys see that movie on Netflix called what the fuck? It was about Guardians, old people. Come on, help me out. You didn't see this movie about the horrible woman who's the guardian of old people, and she takes the old lady and like kidnaps her and takes all her stuff. You don't know,
no.
And the little midget guy's in it from Game of Thrones. What's his name?
Tyrion Lannister.
Yes, him.
Peter Dinklage.
What the hell is the name? I can't. I've had too much to drink. This is not good. This is where it goes off the rails.
Look, I'm just saying. I've met documentarians and some of their versions of brutal is like, well, they took the marshmallows out of my Lucky Charms. It's like, that's not brutal. That's and then there are other documentarians who know what brutality is. I'm just, when I hear like brutal rape.
Stalker one and tell me that you're not terrified of Richard Fernandez. Okay. Tell me you're not, that he's not
I'm
your
not
worst
scared
nightmare.
of anyone who, no, I'm not going to say that joke. I can't say that joke. That would be rude.
Okay. There were two documentarians.
No, the Night Stalker. I think I know who that guy is. That was the guy in like Juarez, Mexico, right?
Mexico. I don't remember a Mexico.
Or maybe, no, that was like, that guy was the Angel of Death.
Night Stalker was California.
Okay. I'm thinking of like the Mexican Angel of Death who he just murdered like 500 women or something in Mexico.
Richard Ramirez is the guy I'm talking about. And he was so scary. He was walking around. Sorry, I didn't mean Fernandez. I meant Ramirez. Sorry. The chat corrected me.
Poor Fernandez. That guy just got defamed by Megan Fox. Oh my God.
I cannot be blamed. What am I drinking? I don't even remember what
some guy named Richard Fernandez walking around going, what the fuck? I didn't rape it. I didn't rape shit.
I said Fernandez. I meant Ramirez, of course.
He was grabbing on my hair that night. The air was tight. Fernandez. It's like that ABBA song.
Auto-tune. What happened to the auto-tune? What the hell?
I haven't turned the shit on.
What? Oh, somebody in the chat said Fernandez, Ramirez, same thing.
He was sitting there raping me. It was sodomy. Fernandez. Is that what you wanted? You wanted auto-tune on that?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You regret your life choices for that one.
Oh my God.
So anyway, look, so you mentioned something.
I Care a Lot on Netflix. That's what it's called. I Care a Lot. Thank you.
So you mentioned that you didn't like you have the one political or the one podcast or whatever, but it gets a little political and you're like, I don't care about their politics because I don't want to judge their murder podcasts on politics.
Right. So I just skip past that part and then I listen to them tell the stories of these murders that they're interested in. They both dig up a murder and they tell each other about it and then they make jokes about it and it's great. It's absolutely great and I love it. And it does help, and I know for people who are like, wait, jokes about murder, but of course this is the right audience to talk to about that.
Jokes about murder. Oh, we're in tame. That's so 11:07 p.m. Rick Ada Law is jokes about murder. We're on to rape jokes now.
The reason why that's so important though is because life is horrifying and we have to find ways to laugh at it, which is why I laughed my ass off at Johnny Depp's text about should we drown her first and then burn her, but because we have to make jokes about these horrifying things that happen, or we would go crazy, or we would maybe turn into serial killers. I don't know, but there has to be an outlet for some of this stuff. And that murder podcast, My Favorite Murder, is hilarious. Those girls are funny as shit. And their tagline makes me laugh every time. Stay sexy, don't get murdered. Well, that's good advice.
The reason I bring it up is because the Oest of G's true crime podcast is Sword and Scale, a defining podcast in the genre, one with a host whose politics you will not hate, who is also a charming and wonderful individual named Mike. You should check out Sword and Scale. And also in September, my episode with Sword and Scale on Chandler Halderson. Chandler probably took a bite because why wouldn't he? Halderson is coming out. So make sure you check that out.
And I was on that show. I don't remember what it was about though.
You were on Sword and Scale?
I was.
Well, then why am I pitching this to you? You already know.
Okay. Do I have to be totally honest? I had never listened to it before. So I was on it, but I didn't know
doesn't matter. You just got to talk about murder.
We weren't talking about murder. I think it was Family Court. I think we were talking about Family Court. I'm pretty sure.
Do you know the story of Chandler Halderson?
No.
He was a Wisconsin kid who chopped up his parents.
Jesus.
Recently.
Yeah. I kind of heard about that. Yeah.
Someone sent me an actual puzzle. And it was a picture of his parents.
What? Okay, that's too far. That's too dark.
That's not too far.
Yes, it is.
Because I didn't even know who it was. And so my wife opens up the box.
Oh no. Wait. Like a literal puzzle?
A literal puzzle like that you order online, like one of those custom puzzles.
That's sick.
It's so fucking funny. They sent me the box and my wife's like, what's this? And I didn't recognize the picture. I'm like, I don't know. It's probably one of my viewers or whatever. And they're wife. And I guess that's kind of neat. I guess that they sent me this puzzle. And then I learned later, I'm like, oh my God, that's Chandler's parents in the puzzle pieces. Because he hacks on
Disavow. Disavow.
So then I had to tell my poor wife, I'm like, actually though, this was a joke right there. And it was a dark one. And I loved it. It was funny. I
don't think that's funny. I think that's
you don't think
horrible.
that's funny?
No.
Aww.
I'm sorry. You found my line. You found my line. And maybe that's because for some of my investigations with this stuff, I've dealt with parents of victims and I've had to look at crime scene photos and crime scene videos and stuff. I was working on a true crime. I was working on a true crime television series that got canceled because of a contract dispute, but there was a lot of deep diving into the crime scene and it was gruesome and horrifying. And when you've had contact with the family members who are grieving, I can look at it because I'm a journalist and I feel like I can compartmentalize the stuff, but I could never laugh at it. I just couldn't. I couldn't laugh at that. I'm not suggesting you're a bad person. I'm just saying I draw the line there.
Look, one, I am a bad person for different reasons, but two, I've got good news for you on this one. There weren't any grieving parents because they were chopped up.
Stop it.
You're trying not to laugh because you know.
It's a terrible joke.
I laugh at your line. I kick dirt on it.
God, that was bad. I saw it coming though. I saw it coming. Yeah, the chat says Nick is a terrible person, and that's why we're here. Oh man. Oh, good Lord. See, now I'm seeing a lot of I want to know what your theory is about why women like true crime. And I'm seeing it. I think I'm seeing it in the chat, but I want to hear you say it. So just go ahead.
No, okay, so women, I'm generalizing because we're speaking in generalities, and that's fine. It's not all women, obviously, but women have a helper, savior, healer predilection.
That's true.
We'll say. And they want to fix the criminal. That's a minor part of it. They want to fix the criminal. Women love bad boys. They want to fix a bad boy. That's a thing. Okay. And bad boys, bad girls, doesn't matter. But the real part of it is, with a lot of true crime, it is, especially in the modern era, it is participatory. It is concurrent with the case going on. And so they believe, I think, that they can help the case. They can help solve it. Sometimes it's a cold case. It's an unsolved thing. And they think they can discover that piece, or they can contribute to the discovery of the thing that will either make the criminal not a criminal, that will solve a mystery in part of the true crime. And I think really compelling true crime has that element of doubt or mystery to it. Or like, this was the finding, like, this is why Serial was so fucking popular, right? The question about Adnan Syed.
Yeah, that was
even
a great
though
podcast.
Adnan Syed.
I still don't know what to think about that case. I still don't know.
Me either. But there's a whole bunch of people who want to analyze that case and either find that he definitely did it or definitely did not do it. And they think that through the true crime sort of genre and the participatory community nature of it, that they can help out with the answer. And I think that is what draws a lot of women in particular into true crime. That, and these are long, dangerous stories that they can listen to safely in their home while they do their work, whatever it is. And these are stories that let them get a piece of real terror in a very safe way. And I find that
like horror, like how people watch horror movies. I hate horror movies, like fictional horror movies. I don't watch them, but I love true crime, which is weird.
What I was going to say next is that I don't think women particularly, generally, again, like fictionalized horror. The real danger, the excitement is that reality. The reality that if you are on the subway at 2 a.m., someone knocks you out with a hammer, you wake up in a bag of ice, and then you're the next rape murder victim. But you're not, though, because you're actually at home and you don't ride a fucking subway because you don't live in New York City.
But someone else's loved one literally went through that. And it's so hard to wrap my head around it. And I've actually been like 1 degree of separation away from someone. Like my mom's friend's daughter was like brutally murdered in her home. And like, I don't know, there's something about the possibility of that. And that is the scariest thing to me. That's the scariest thing that there is. I don't know why that is, but it's the scariest thing. And for some reason, because that's the thing I fear the most, I feel like I might have some control over it if I just figure it out. I have to figure it. I want to figure it out. I want to figure out why, who do I avoid? But then again, as I'm watching these things, the conclusion I come to is, shit, you never know.
You can't.
John Wayne Gacy was a a precinct captain in Chicago, where I'm from. And I mean, the Gacy lore in Chicago is just, I grew up with it. I mean, it's everywhere. We all had a party in the street the day they put Gacy to death. But, and he was the boogeyman that everyone was terrified of. But his actual story, and there's a great documentary on him right now. If you want to know about, it's actually great for Chicago. The lawyer, his lawyer reminds me of my dad so much, just watching him. Oh, Jesus. Do the auto tune. You have to. You have to.
Hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my basement. I'm John Wayne Gacy.
His story is so awful, and this documentary is really good, and it gives you a real piece of, with real footage of Chicago and what was going on at the time. But this guy was a precinct captain for Democrats. He was a very powerful guy in Chicago. He was at every function. He was, the mover and the shaker. He was the one putting together the fundraisers. This was not a guy that anyone would finger. He wasn't the quiet guy next door. He wasn't the one none of the stereotypes fit Gacy at all, which is what made him so incredibly terrifying. He was married. He wasn't a loner. He had a wife. He hid behind these things. And even when the cops knew it was him doing it, they still couldn't really get him until they got him on a pot charge. Thank God marijuana was illegal then, because they were able to take him into custody on a marijuana charge. It was so, you've got to see. Oh God.
'Cause I got friends in crawl spaces.
Horrible. Absolutely horrible. And
I like women how I like my coffee ground up and in a bag. That's one of them.
At the time, he was profiting off of the societal thing where kids didn't talk about abuse. So he had abused or tried to abuse some boys who never told, or who did tell, but then the system wouldn't back them up. Gacy went to jail before all the murders and stuff for forcible sodomy. And it was only I don't know, not even 2 years that he became the king of the jail. This is a guy who could charm anybody. So I watch these things and I think, I have no fucking chance. If a killer's gonna get me, he's gonna get me.
Look, all I'm saying is I have gone through extensive sphincter training. If you think you're gonna murder rape me, serial killer, I'm gonna break that dick in half with the power of ass.
Oh my God.
I am not going down that way. I do sphincter kegels all day long. I will chop that dick off.
Oh my God. You can actually break a penis. That can happen.
I know you can. It's my biggest fear on the planet is that Lady Rackets and I will be having, a wild session, and then I'll be in a hospital.
That's what you get for marrying a cheerleader.
I never want to experience that pain in my entire life.
I remember reporting something a long time ago about a man with a broken penis, and I remember it being really funny, and I can't remember what it was I was reporting on, but I literally wrote an article about a guy with a broken penis. I'll have to look that up.
Damn. By the way, real quick, I'm going to read the next super chat in a second.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. Can I go to the bathroom?
You can do whatever you need to do. I'm not, what am I, John Wayne Gacy? You're not in a basement. Well, you are in a basement, but not mine.
I'm totally in a basement.
Go to the bathroom. To the chat, to the ladies in the chat who said you love horror movies, I know you do. But we're not speaking about you. We're speaking about other things. So also, I just want to ask the chat. By the way, go if you missed it, go check out that trailer on the Fallen State podcast for Jesse Lee Peterson and I's show, and really watch for that Friday episode. I'll be tweeting it out and stuff and making sure people can see it. But go check it out. I showed it on stream here, but go give them some clicks, show them some love. Really great that they had me on. Jesse Lee Peterson is my favorite interviewer on the planet. I think he's hilarious. Unhinged and Online, IWD, and Ian Benoit. Welcome to member status for all of you. Paralegal, super lawyer, and lawyer, respectively. Meme Copium. Have to give a big thanks to Ricada. After the mention in my video, I was able to sneak past Susan and partner my channel. Congrats, buddy. I uploaded a new full earnings vid for the full 6 weeks, including what Law and Crime / Asmongold made. Ooh. I don't know if you're. I'm gonna come and drop some knowledge on your Law and Crime estimates. I'm curious as to what you think that they made, because I'll happily check out your video and drop some information about those numbers that may be behind the scenes there, because it's that could be really, really interesting as well. Monkey Man 04, an American legend. Welcome to lawyer and paralegal status, respectively. Jackson Kai Megan. We'll read that one when she gets back. Captain Mojo Nick. This sounds like a perfect job for Syl Blinton. It's time for him to return. Megan, by the way, guys, don't tell Megan, but she's not the first D&D stream I'll be doing. I will be starting a stream. It is unannounced at present. I think it gets announced tomorrow, so I'll let them do the announcing, but I will be a part of a D&D stream that does not involve Megan Fox. But I will also work.
You're cheating on me now?
They asked me first. We weren't
Oh
even.
no, now you have to do 2. Now I feel bad for asking.
We weren't even a thing. No, I love D&D streams.
Do you? I'm so glad.
Yeah.
It'll be my first one. I really want you to do it.
My last character was Syl Blinton, an undying warlock pledged to the Archlich Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and my entire purpose was to convince the lawful good paladin through persuasion that we had good kobold youth programs because of the troubled kobold crime, and that slavery of the kobolds was essentially a good thing. It was a moral good for society to enslave the kobold youths and put them into government programs that we would run. I never failed a persuasion roll on that paladin. So yeah. I love doing D&D streams. They're so much fun. And I assume this is a 5th edition stream, right? 5th edition D&D.
Well, if my brother-in-law plays, he will not allow that. He will not allow 5th edition. He goes by the old rules.
Which old rules? There's a bunch of old rules.
I don't know. I'm not
3.5. Is he a 3.5 guy, or is he a 2nd edition?
I don't remember. Blue something. Blue. The book. I don't know. I can't remember now. But if he plays, which he's the map maker, so I may need him. I don't know. 5th edition, isn't it so woke though? I heard that it's super woke and dumb. And that you can't die, and that what's the fun in that?
The thing with D&D is it's as woke as you want it to be. It always is. And yes, don't get me wrong. The writers of D&D are being turbo cucks. The thing about 5th edition, the reason I like it is for streaming, it's really fucking easy.
Well, that makes sense.
It's just easy to do 5th edition D&D. I started playing D&D in 2nd edition. A lot of people like 3.5, but it gets really numbers intensive.
Well, I'm fine. That's what I thought when I looked at it. I was like, God, this looks complicated. And the only game I ever played, I was Dungeon Master. I wanted to teach my kids because it looked fun. And we did 5th edition, and that seemed to go just fine.
5th edition is really easy. Look, and I know the chat hates this or whatever, but it's okay. I like the class structures and the subclasses that they have in 5th edition. I think they're fun. I'm sure you could adapt them or homebrew them or whatever for other editions, but they're there in 5th edition. You don't need to do any work. And as someone who spends a copious amount of my life streaming, I don't have a ton of time to do all of the customizations for everything else, but I will play whatever is being played, and I will have a fun time doing it.
Well, it's going to be up to the Dungeon Master, and he's somebody who does it on YouTube all the time. I can't remember his name at the moment, but It's but it'll probably be up to him. So I'm assuming if he does it on streams, he probably is using 5th edition, like you're saying, if that's what works out best.
It's just really easy, and like if you use like Roll20 and shit, it's all baked in. Like it's simple, and it doesn't take a lot of thought. And I think for streaming, 5th edition allows the storytelling of streaming to come through a little more. But to be fair, I haven't played 2nd edition or 3rd or 3rd and a half or anything on stream. I played 4th and 5th on streams before, but I don't care. Like I'm not married to either one. I just
well, I played 5th. That's the only edition I played, and I'm sure I did it all wrong, but I was the dungeon master, so it was like, whatever. It's my game. It's my rules. I'm just making it up as I go along, and it seemed to work just fine. I was there to entertain some 15-year-olds. So
Jackson Kai says, Megan, did you consider David Shane came after you because upset you were so nice to him because he's into being pegged to the wall by a woman?
Oh, I did not consider that, and fuck you for putting that in my head. Heartfelt.
It's not the super chat person's fault that David Shane likes to be pegged, though. Right?
True.
Like, that's David Shane's fault that he likes to be pegged.
In that scenario, it would be, yeah.
Tarkina Mayer, Megan play objection hearsay. It is better. Lol. No, just go listen to it, guys. Go listen to objection.
Can't play
hearsay.
it because unfortunately that one sometimes gets a copyright. He hasn't been able to figure out how to take it off yet.
Joshua says, Megan, you need to get everyone together at the YouTube section of the con that Nick is helping organize and stream the one-shot live from the con. It would be epic. American Legend, it's quirky, and I love it. AMV Alchemist 6131 Rackets. Now you got to show Megan the Ron Toye do not recall video. No, I don't. Ron Toye is a weasel of a human who beat his wife with a remote control and has routine. He's one of the other accusers of Vic Mignogna. He's like, I'm a respecter of women. It's like, motherfucker, you have a court. You have been recognized in court as a domestic abuser for beating your wife with a remote control. Like, what are we?
Let me guess.
Talking
male feminist.
How did you possibly guess that difficult trivia question?
This is what a feminist looks like. He's got like 6 of those t-shirts.
He's my favorite person though, because he kept sending me DMs, and I would just send him DMs that were aimed at getting him to send me more, and then I would do live streams just going through our DMs. I made a fucking fortune
on this asshole's DM.
And like the only thing that made me mad is someone on Kiwi Farms got together, like they compiled how much money I made, and then they put it up there, and then he stopped DMing me, and I was like, damn it, no, this is so funny. He was such a little weirdo because you could get him riled up really easy. Oh, it was perfect. Alicia Dye, thank you for the donation. Flying Monk Laura, welcome to Super Lawyer. Status Jackson Kai, it's really easy. The people on the top intentionally want to hurt you so they can offer a solution that will hurt you afterwards. Or does anyone actually think New York banning body armor will improve shooting deaths? Yeah, because the real worry is that someone with body armor might shoot you. Not that you might wear body armor to prevent being shot, but that someone else would wear body armor. All this shit is weird. Eric, for what I remember, did only 4 people get arrested for accountability of the 2008 recession with predatory loans? 1-year sentences. Also, young men are now taught toxic masculinity. Eugenics is thriving for world government. Were 4 people even arrested for the recession with the predatory loans? Now, look, I'm the asshole that thinks that no one should have been arrested for 2008. Because I properly lay blame right at the dick of the government. If you know the mortgage industry, then you know that the government is the primary driver of what led to the 2008 recession and the mortgage crisis. Private entities, yeah, they bought a bunch of risky loans. Do you know why, though? because the government was buying those risky loans from the private entities, and they kept buying them and they kept buying them and they kept buying them. And then the private entities had like really, really risky loans and the government stopped buying them. And those are the ones that collapsed. And then it was this cascading effect. It all comes down to the government. It comes down to their incessant claims of redlining and all sorts of bullshit about the mortgage industry. I could do hours and hours and hours on the mortgage industry and financial crisis, but I want to have a few people watch a live stream. And if I do hours of mortgage talk, not only will you all kill yourselves, but I will kill myself in solidarity. Brihanna 25. I'm an insurance adjuster. You don't get awarded that much if your partner dies in the back of a Honda Genesis. What was the insurance carrier? Who adjusted that claim? I'd be so fired. Well, no one adjusted the claim. Geico was the insurance carrier. It was an arbitration. I'm wondering if there was some sort of punitive damage that was involved in that one. But if the problem is Geico probably had a binding arbitration clause in their document, so that then when they got in front of the arbitrator and they got in front of the wrong fucking arbitrator who decided, yeah, you got HPV in the back of a Honda Civic, you need $5.2 million, goes way above any. I mean,
you just defamed Honda. It was a Hyundai.
Honda Genesis sounds better than Hyundai Genesis. But I mean, the amount, like, if you don't know about insurance stacking, you should definitely do insurance stacking, increase your liability limits and all of that stuff. That's great. Wonderful. Do it. You would have to own more cars than Jay Leno to get a $5.2 million insurance stack claim. That's bullshit. It's insane. Polar Bear, Nick, been watching for years and always loved how this community looked out for one another. Right now, I have a friend who needs a lot of help to save his home. Could you please post his GoFundMe in chat? Sent you a Twitter DM before the stream started. I guess. I have to find.
I just tagged you in something funny on Twitter.
Oh, no.
It's probably my favorite insult from the chat tonight, which I wish I had been taking screenshots of all of them, because I could do an entire stream on the insults that are coming from the chat.
Who are they insulting?
Me.
Why are they insulting you?
I don't know. But it's funny. My favorite insult. Oh God, who cares about this woman? Nick is way too overly respectful. Sure, she's medium smart, but she has no charisma.
Damn.
Medium smart.
You are getting fucking toasted. Oh my God.
God, they loved me the last time. Apparently, I knew I was going to bomb tonight. I said that. I said that the expectation is too high. I'm going to bomb. It's going to happen. Low medium. Battle Elf says low medium. Thank you, Battle Elf.
Yeah. Seriously, guys, let's get precise with our things here. You can't just say medium. I need a medium high, medium low. We need to know is she like a 3.5 smart or a 4.5 smart? By the way, I posted Polar Bear's GoFundMe there in the chat. I'll throw a couple more out there if you want to check it out. Look, as with all these GoFundMes, I never know the veracity of them. You gotta judge them for yourself. But thank you. Oh, Hootskin says mid. So you're a medium smart. That's nice.
Yeah, it's like reading mean tweets. This is fun. I should have been taking screenshots of all of them because there were some doozies. Damn. And I missed some of the good ones. If I could remember what they were, but I'm too old to remember. But medium smart is probably one of the meanest things anyone's ever said to me.
Well, you just moved to medium low smart if you can't even remember the insults. Matt Fields.
Oh my God, Holly. She said I'm having a medium good time.
Matt Fields says, thank you so much for bringing Megan Megapint Fox back on. She's just a joy, and she's so funny on her own stream. She's almost as good of a guest as Dollhouse Phil. Hashtag Team Balls. Are you familiar with Dollhouse Phil?
I am not.
Oh, well, this is a
But
gentleman
I have
you
a
should.
dollhouse right behind me. Do you see the dollhouse that's in construction right behind
we're
me?
talking about the same thing.
Mine's much more wholesome than whatever it is you're talking about, I'm sure.
Dollhouse Phil is the most dapper and proper, like middle-aged English gentleman. I love him. He also sells just so many sex dolls.
Oh my God. Like the ones that they play on HBO, the ones that they show you on HBO.
Yeah, like the big ones. Like the
big
full-size ones.
Holy crap.
He sells a Jessica Rabbit, Megan.
Oh,
it looks like Jessica Rabbit. It creeps me out.
It's very creepy.
Yeah.
Very, very creepy.
No, it's wonderful.
Okay, PD. Medium smart. Huge, huge tits. Exceedingly medium. Oh God, you guys are killing me. You're absolutely killing me.
Psychic smart. Nicholas Cruiser says, would you what? Would I what? Would I buy a doll? No. Wait, would I have sex with a Jessica Rabbit doll? Is it a rental? That's what I gotta know. Because I don't know if I can, like, I know he gets some used ones. He rehabilitates the used ones. And to me, that, like, I don't know how much bleach is in there, but it's not enough. That's what I know.
Ew.
He's great though. Dollhouse Phil, honestly, he's hilarious. You'd probably love him. Benjamin Myers sent a chat that says, read the Spiegel article. Not tonight. I actually plan on reading it Monday and then yesterday when I didn't get to it Monday, but maybe we'll do it tomorrow. Depends on what happens tomorrow. Romo Drummer, can you please shame me for having HIV, AIDS, tuberculosis, gonorrhea, chlamydia, pelvic inflammatory disease, genital herpes, syphilis, histrionic personality disorder, bipolar disorder, and Down syndrome? It hurts so much. Romo Drummer, I can do that. Let me shame you. Romo Drummer, you sicken me. You piece of trash. I can't believe that a pride parade watches my channel. And the fact that the pride parade itself sent me a super chat talking about all of the fucking ailments that go on through it makes me want to die. But not as much as you should be purged from the earth. Thank you, Romo Drummer, you walking pride parade. Wiggles says, roast me, Ricade. I used to be fit and strong, but I learned how to cook really amazing food during the pandemic. I'm praying for a stroke that destroys this new talent before I become an attraction at SeaWorld. Wiggles, roast you? I think roasting things got you where you are, you fat fuck. What are you doing? Oh, you're sitting around cooking all day? Why don't you try cooking your ass to the gym, you piece of shit? Get on a treadmill. Start burning calories rather than burning those dishes. Oh, I make good food. You don't. You don't actually make good food. Everybody knows you didn't learn how to cook during the pandemic. You watch some YouTube videos, you turn on your burner, and you overcook shit in a cast iron pan like every other sad sack of garbage on the planet. Get in the gym and burn calories instead of burning broccoli. No one likes your shitty food. That's why you're eating all of the leftovers. Matthew Cooper, thank you for the donation. And the following 2 donations. And then the third donation. And then the fourth one says, please be nice to my sister. She's in the hospital with the thing that killed my grandfather. Jessie is worth your thought. I love her and I love you too. Well, okay. To your sister, buddy. I hope she gets better. It's cryptically worded, but it seems heartfelt. So I hope she gets better. Bo Stoker, your grandpa doesn't want you to blubber or cry in public. Be stoic. True. But tears are okay. Alone. Suck them in and take them to either your own personal room alone in the dark or your grave. One of those two. That's the only acceptable male tears. They happen alone or literally in the coffin after you died. They all come out later. 2, Nick, you are required to complete Memorial Day chats in your 24-hour. We'll see. 3, do unbreaded solo to show Fox the ropes. Do a second trade-off unbreaded. I don't know if Megan should be on for the unbreaded. That's up to her, but I'm
gonna pass out. I have to get up and get my kids on the bus. It's 3:44. Holy shit, I have to go.
You have to go?
Oh my, it's quarter
Hold
to
on.
4.
There's like 5 more chats that are the big ones that I want to read. And then you're dismissed. I'm renegotiating the terms of our binding contract right now. Adam Warlock, some kids grow up to find their parents did porn and others find that video of them on Ricada Law.
Oh man.
Gosh.
Oh man.
Oh man. God, may my children never find a pornography of me. Our fascination with murder and true crime is like a socially acceptable form of pornography. Is pornography not socially acceptable? I feel like it kind of is right now, right?
Is it socially acceptable or is not? I guess it depends on which.
It depends on the
circle
porn
you're
right?
in. No, it depends on which circle you're in. It's certainly not socially acceptable in my circle. Maybe it's socially acceptable in yours, but
I don't know. I don't know about these circles because I don't trust circles anymore. I don't trust them.
I don't mean like, gay, like communities. What I'm saying is, like, my kids go to Catholic school. We're like, Catholic.
Yeah, I think
circles,
sister, I think Sister Marianne is probably, she's watching that.
You have to confess that, so that's.
I'm sure she does. I'm sure she does. I'm sure
that's
she
not
likes
something that
confessing
is
that.
acceptable.
Last
but I mean,
week
it's accepted.
It was a woman finds a husband involved in bisexual relationship and joined in. That was my video of that I watched last week. I think that's what's going on, right? Like that's what Sister Marianne is talking to Father Patrick O'Leary or whatever.
I don't think so. I hope not.
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, the public schools are obviously trying to like teach kids to watch porn, which is really weird. Why do you need to teach them to do that?
I don't think you need to teach kids to watch porn. I think they'll find it organically eventually. But I do think I actually think that legitimately, speaking in the evangelical churches in the United States, I think that porn is a problem for them, but I also think the stigma of pornography is almost a bigger problem for the staff, because there are staff who struggle with pornography because let's be honest about what it is. Porn is an addictive, demonic thing that grabs particularly men by their most carnal and immutable desires.
Mm-hmm.
And it grabs them and it takes them and it runs with them. And like, just because you're a pastor at a church doesn't mean you're immune to it. But the evangelical church has so stigmatized pornography in such a way that their pastors can't admit to watching it to the other staff and get help for it, because if they do, they get just literally fired immediately. And so there's a problem. So I think there's a shitload of dishonesty around pornography, and I wish we could destigmatize it for the purposes of legitimately talking about it, going after it, and what it really does to people.
Well, the best argument against it is that you're going to break your dick. So I don't know, like, continue to do it if you want.
Wait, how?
It'll stop working. You will have erectile dysfunction and won't be able to perform with an actual woman. That
really?
Yeah. Studies show that
internet
pornography, specifically, not magazine porn.
Look, I thought I watched a lot of internet porn in my life, but I have several children. So it still works. So I mean, like,
There's
now
been
I'm just
studies that
wondering.
were done and they couldn't even find a control group. I mean, it's not
I'm
obviously
just
it's not
wondering
every
how.
man. It's obviously not
No.
every man, but people with addictions. You perhaps do not have an addiction. I'm talking about people with pornography addictions.
I thought I was pedigreed in the field, Megan, and now you're telling me that I'm merely a rank amateur.
Look it up.
I'm having an existential crisis now.
It's why there are the communities that exist of what do they call them? NoFap, right? Or of the men, right? Or the men who give it up because they found just too many negatives that come along with
I don't
porn
believe
addiction.
a single one of those guys. Like the Proud Boys are like, yeah, we don't jerk off. I'm like, yeah, you do. I like, look, you do.
Well,
you do.
What are you suggesting that human beings cannot abstain from anything? Like, of course you can. Of course you can, and people have done it.
I'm not saying that they can't. I'm saying I don't believe the people who loudly profess that they do.
Oh, well, perhaps. But I did know someone and interviewed him several times who was a very serious scientist, and the porn community came after him hard. He recently died. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It's too late in the morning and I've had too much to drink. And that's terrible because he was a good person. But he did a lot of research on it and a lot of trying to save kids from becoming addicted to it because it does terrible things to children. And I don't think that porn is good for people.
I don't either.
I think it's really bad for you in a lot of ways. I think it restricts your ability to relate to the opposite sex in a healthy way. And I know people disagree, and and fine, go enjoy your porn. I hope you don't get ED. Don't blame me when you do. Remember me when that happens.
I don't think in the terms. I see. This is one of those doors that I think you walked into.
I did it again. Dang it! Don't
right.
think of me then. Don't do not do that.
When you're jerking off and you cannot ejaculate, please just think of me.
No,
no.
How the hell did that come out?
Here's look. After enough time, it always comes out. No matter how much ED. No, I will say this. I think the one thing that I will 100. There's all sorts of discussion to have around porn. The one thing I think I will 100% agree on is porn sets false expectations about what sex and intimacy is. And I think that it can be really damaging to young couples in that way. In guys who expect women to perform for them in ways that these professional performers perform. And I think in women who set expectations to themselves primarily about what they should be able to do and how they should act for men. I think that's a primary issue of pornography for me. And then just the unreasonable expectations in general of this is the body type that seems to be prevalent for both men and women, and the overwhelming majority of people on the earth don't have it. So those are the big problems.
I worry for my daughters. Like, will they ever be able to meet men who are not addicted to porn, who have healthy views of sexuality? Is that even a possibility?
Yes.
I don't know.
100%. Yes. Because I'll tell you that I think even men who are, I think there's addicted to porn, and then I think there's addicted to porn. And so I think men who are quote unquote addicted to porn can have absolutely healthy sexual expectations, relationships, and appetites, I think. And the reason I think that, and this might be the controversial take, but I think it's the true take, is that there are a lot of men who will just not admit to the level of porn that they watch. And whether that's right or wrong, but I think that those men have many healthy sexual relationships, even though they would not avow the amount of pornography that they're consuming. So I will say with confidence that I think, yes, your daughters will be able to meet men who, and again, their pornography consumption may not be ideal in the context of a relationship, and there may be discussions about that, right? And that may be something that they have to work through as a transition from being single into being in committed relationships. But I do not think that it is the relationship destroyer that it can be made out to be, as long as it is managed, as long as it is open, and as long as there's good communication around it. Like most things, I think that there's plenty of wiggle room there. And I think it has become a really polarizing issue it's intriguing to me. It's very, very intriguing to me, in the realm of, because it's a balance test, right? It is a First Amendment question. Does the First Amendment protect this? If the First Amendment does protect this, how far?
I think it does. Although I think it does protect it, because I'm for freedom and for free speech, definitely, and I think it does protect that. However, when I was a kid, when we were kids, the only way that someone could get their hands on it was to show an ID, and you get it behind the paper bag behind the counter.
Yeah.
And this ID, and that was appropriate, because it's for adults. It's not for children. It's actually harmful to children. So now it's just available to any 8-year-old who's just looking up Sesame Street or whatever. And that has to stop. I don't know how to stop it, but it shouldn't be so widely available to children, for God's
I agree.
sake.
Yeah, and that's the thing where you will not find any disagreement from me. I think porn is absolutely destructive to children, and I thank God that porn was only like widely and broadly available in the terms that it is now when I hit college, because that's when broadband internet became sort of prevalent. But yeah, I mean, because I remember the first like porn, like we're using air quotes here. The first porn that I saw online was like a picture of Cindy Crawford's breast that took 10 minutes to load.
That's funny.
We're like sitting there like
spinning dial.
Me and his friend were like, come on, get that titty. Right? It took forever. But it's so different now. And the fascinating legal take on this is porn that was protected, right? Had like obscenity law means if something is obscene, it has to have no artistic value, right? It's prurient interest must outweigh its artistic value. And so when they decided that, you had pornographic movies that were movies first that involved hardcore sexual imagery. Now you have literal just hardcore sexual imagery with the thinnest veneer of plot that may literally just be a title, right? Like that may be the entirety of the plot is summarized in the title. And then suddenly there's just hardcore sexual intercourse happening. And it's like, okay, is that what was meant by the Supreme Court? And I don't know the answer. So I think that's an interesting question.
The other side of it is, what about the people in it? So
they're hopeless. They're gone. They're done.
But see, there being so many girls who are coming from, very high risk homes and living possibly in poverty or close to it, who want an escape. I don't know if you've seen that Hot Girls Wanted documentary, but it's really interesting and scary and sad that these girls are spirited away from their families on the promise of making, I don't know, 10,000 or whatever. And
it's $1,500 a scene.
Yeah, it's not a lot. And I mean, they throw them out after 3 months. They're done. Yeah. And that's it. They get used like tissue and thrown away. And I'm sorry, but how can we want that for America's daughters? I don't. There's someone's daughter. There's someone's wife, someone's sister. I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I think
it's gross.
I think it's horrifying. I think it's horrifying. And if you want my take on that, I will tell people over and over, please, to all women out there, don't sell your dignity for $1,500. Don't do what the I don't know if you've seen the Instagram fitness models posts on like when they get done, And what I mean by being done is they get done going over to Saudi Arabia to be just the human toilet for some random prince or emirate or whatever. And then they post about it and they're like, yeah, but I'm 23 and I have $1.5 million in my bank. And I'm like, don't sell your dignity for that. Like that's not worth it. But that's my point. But we have these things. And so I'm always interested in the legal aspects of them and the psychological aspects of them.
Well, the chat now really hates me and wants me to just go to bed because all the porn addicts are out this late. How come you're not on OnlyFans right now? If that's the case, chat, how come you're not? Why are you here?
Don't send them there. I haven't opened one yet. I'll do it. I'll do it with a butthole cam. It's the same exact show, but it's just a picture of my ass the entire time. Adam David Briggs. Talks on its own, girl. Adam David Briggs says, have money, need entertainment. Thanks, Nick. Kata, apologize first. Megan's investigation of Missouri is bullshit. I moved around a lot for my job, but I can't wait to move back to Kansas City. PS is where the article you read is from. I could find something bad about any state. Mike Stoke for
not
Megan.
Not this bad. Guarantee it.
Mike Stoke for Megan. What was John Wayne Gacy's last request? Timmy from Long Chevrolet. Kendra JS. Team Megan for not liking horror, but Team Nick for laughing at the darkest jokes. Art the Clown. She's low charisma and less than medium smart. Good job, Ricada. Damn. Wrecked. Tom Grawl. Megan, you could always mail order them a husband from a country that has minimal internet.
That's true. That's an option I hadn't thought of.
Afghanistan or North Korea, for example.
North Korea might be an option. Yeah.
Look, if you have raised your daughters in the way that I assume you have, because getting to know you, which has been an absolute delight, by the way, I have a feeling that you have raised daughters of integrity and discernment who will similarly look for a man who treats them with respect and discernment as well. And so it's hard. It's harder today to find those people, but I think the myth that they don't exist is a myth. And I think that they will be able to find them. But it will require probably some patience and some play testing. And hopefully that works out well for them. SC Medic, by the way, I live in absolute terror for my 3 daughters becoming teenagers and then adults. And I also will be buying a large arsenal of guns. And I have several acres of swamp to solve that problem.
You have no idea. We're already going through it. We had like a first stalker incident. Well, not stalker, but a first breakup incident. And it's been a wild ride discovering that other parents are not like you and don't want to solve problems when they come up. And, wow, it's a whole thing. I think the experience, though, has convinced her that maybe she should wait till college before dating and just get through high school without any more drama.
Yeah. I agree. C Goody, my moderator, says, not a porn fan. My imagination is so much better, except amateur porn. SC Medic 71 says, really interesting Gacy lore, but did he have an island to take people to? No, he didn't. He just had a crawl space. With that, Megan, those are the big chats. I'm going to do Unbreaded. It's super late.
Yeah, I gotta go.
My shows lately are going 5 fucking hours. I don't know what to do with my life anymore. But
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you keep up.
I'm gonna die. I think I'm gonna die.
You're always online.
Yeah, it's a mess. But yeah. So thank you for coming on. Where can people find you? I'm gonna put your YouTube channel
here. Put this
in the description.
I want you to also put this in the chat if you can. Here, I'll drop it in the private chat. But I have that new article about Ezra Miller that we didn't get to that is absolutely horrifying. And this story needs to trend as hard as Johnny Depp did. Because, by the way, Warner Brothers, they fired Johnny Depp off of Fantastic Beasts. And this asshole was on the same movie. and he didn't get fired, and they knew damn well what he was doing. They knew damn well. So I want to know why allegations by Amber Heard, the liar, got Johnny Depp thrown off of Fantastic Beasts, but Ezra Miller gets to keep his job, and he's still the Flash. And right now he's being credibly accused by Native American parents of trafficking their minor daughter when she was 14 years old across international lines, drugging her, abusing her, and keeping her from them for 4 years. She is now 18 and saying that she wants to be with him, and not, and you know, that she's, well, I don't know. She's trans and her parents are abusers, but clearly this guy groomed her from the time she was 12 years old. 12 is when he met her. I mean, you guys have to read the story. It is insane.
I don't want to read the story because I don't have a private jet and a hammer.
We have to hold Warner Brothers accountable for this shit. For one, they need to take Amber Heard out of that stupid movie, Aquaman, because they did it, you know, they had this standard for other people. And they have to get rid of Ezra Miller too. He needs to be, forget the Flash. Just cancel it. Start refilming. I don't care. But how can these people continue when there's credible evidence? There is video evidence of Ezra Miller choking a fan. And he's been arrested 2 times or 3 times for harassing or beating up women. There's just a whole lot of crap with this guy. And they keep overlooking it. You know why? Because he identifies as non-binary. Fuck me.
Oh yeah. Maybe the fan was into choking. Maybe they watched a lot of porn and they got into it. I don't know. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me. And guys, I've put Megan's YouTube channel in the description along with her latest article. Go check them out. Megan, I bid you farewell.
Thank you. Good night.
Peace. She didn't even stay for me to say peace. Oh my gosh. The racism that she would refuse a black man's offer to say peace before she left is very, very offensive. G-Men NC, Nick, we need a toast. George Floyd has now been sober for 2 straight years. And that is an offensive joke that merits some whiskey. We're going to do that. I actually have a legitimate toast to George Floyd. I do. Let's do this. To George Floyd, a flawed and broken man in a flawed and broken world who met another man with some issues, we'll say. And wherever people may fall on the propriety of what happened, what we can say is this. George Floyd presented an opportunity to the United States to ask real questions about police interactions with civilians. And it was swept as swiftly away as possible by political opportunists. And we will forever be worse because of it. To George Floyd, for somehow taking a police death that everyone was questioning and managing to fuck it all up with your own sordid personal history. Cheers to you, good sir. May you rest in peace. There we go. It's really a shame. Again, whatever you think about George Floyd or Derek Chauvin is irrelevant to the question that I'm asking. For one day, the world looked at a video and went, I'm uncomfortable. And then the political interests of everybody kicked in. And suddenly it wasn't about the video. It was about the past. It was about the person. It was about fentanyl. It was about this. It was about that. And those are valid questions. Don't get me wrong. do not get me wrong. The questions, especially when it involves someone going to prison for 20 plus years and all these other officers going to prison, I get it. I get all that. But we had an opportunity for one day where everybody watched that video and went, I'm a little uncomfortable with how this is playing out. I want to know more. And we had this opportunity to talk about police interactions that lead to violence. And it fluttered away immediately. And that's a way bigger issue than George Floyd or Derek Chauvin or any of these players in this game. And I just don't know how we will ever get to that fucking conversation. And I want that conversation because I am so fucking tired of the state interjecting itself into every goddamn aspect of my fucking life. And I'm so fucking pissed that my life and police interactions in my life are determined by a fucking fentanyl addict dying on the street, because I don't give a shit about his fentanyl use, about his blackness, about any other trait that people want. I care that cops intervene in my life at all, ever. I don't want the government around. And I can't get to the goddamn conversation about why the fuck we let our government dig into our fucking lives all the fucking time, and we have no privacy. We have no expectation of non-interference. We have no non-aggression from the government. We have none of this. And yet I can't even talk about it, because every time I even talk about the subject, someone's like, yeah, but he was on fentanyl. It's like, I don't fucking care. Or they're like, well, he was only kneeled on because he was black. I'm like, I don't fucking care. I'm not black and I'm not on fentanyl. I don't fucking care about George Floyd or Derek Chauvin. What I care about is, why the fuck is the government monitoring my phone, my email, my Facebook messages, my Twitter account, my credit card purchases? Fuck off. Why am I getting pulled over for a taillight or a headlight or swerving within my lane or whatever it is? Fuck off. You do not need to interact with me ever, government. That's what matters. That's what fucking matters. But we can't get past black man kneeled on by white man or fentanyl user deserve to die. Both fucking sides are fucking gay. Fuck you all who have this. You're just dick clashing on this. You're just shoving penises into each other over and over, wishing one was a vagina. But guess what? Unless one of you's been sounding, you're not inserting. You're just gonna fucking clash. Can we talk about what matters? And that's why your government is watching every fucking move you make, and why you're okay with it just because that person has that characteristic. Get over that shit fucking fast, because there's more important shit to deal with in this world. Fucking hell. All right. Tina Lewis says, Nick, can you please mention the petition to reopen the appeal for Johnny UK trial on change.org by Black Belt Barrister? Thanks for all you do. I have mentioned it. I don't know UK law enough to understand how a petition on change.org could reopen a thing in the United States. That's not how it works. You have a right to an appeal. When your appeal is done, it's done. So I don't know how the UK thing works. And then Morgan Dossett says, I'm pissed at people. My girl dogs were fighting violently. I gave up the instigator to the shelter, made a post on our community page. People attacked me and my wife, commenting, and they bashed her. Or me and my wife commented and they bashed her. I'm sure you know how I feel. I do, Morgan. And fuck those people. They're stupid. It doesn't matter. Eric, I'm just mad it was my birthday. Too bad people met that day. I'll never have one without being reminded of it. That fucking sucks. That sucks. All right. It's time. UK Barrister has a video explaining it. I'm sure he does. And I would love to bring him on. I don't know if he wants to talk to me or whatever and explain to me how the system works. Cause look, I know I say this and I know, I don't know if people believe me. When I talk about this stuff, I don't watch other people's stuff on it. I don't have time to do so. So right now, my Discord is probably having their menstrual cycles collectively because I was supposed to do live chat Wednesday today and I could not because Lady Rackets and I had to reschedule that appointment to today. So I wasn't home to do that thing, but I should be doing one tomorrow. We'll see. That's the plan. But we'll get there. For now,
I'm bread.
you know what time it is. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. It is time for our daily unbreaded. I see so many people on Twitter who says, I'm new here. What's unbreaded? You aren't ready. You aren't ready, but you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today what unbreaded is. 118 is the page. 118 is the page. I hope you're ready for this. I'm not going to even explain it. You're just going to delve into it. And if you're here this long, you probably have no problem being here for the rest of it. And put you beneath him in a world that does not belong in existence. He owes you more than his world. He stole more than that from you. You must kill him in every world. You must reach through the boundaries and bowels of this world to kill him in the intestines of a bleeding god. You must kill him in the uterus and the rivers that flow from it in other realms. He is the placenta that thought it was a miracle child and took the bath water for itself. He is the bowel movement that thought it was a baby and gave itself a name. He is the shit stain that thought it was a dinner and put itself on the plate. He is the mistake that called itself the expert on sanitation. He is the regretful period blood that thought it was the pregnant body. He is the jealous, unformed tissue with unripe flesh that thought it ruled existence. He is the ugly bitch who thought it was a man. He is the dwarf that thinks it is a champion. He is the piece of shit that thought it was an Olympian. He is nothing. He is unworthy of you forgetting him, because that means you once knew of him. He is unworthy of you giving him a chance, because that means you once considered him in your mind. He is unworthy of being noticed. He is unworthy of the air, of the water, of the space, of the breeze, of the bird songs, of the rain, of the light, of the gas that you pass. He is unworthy of sharing that with you. When you let him share the same air that you accept into your life, you let this vile mistake of a lie stand higher than it deserves to exist at all. When you tolerate the lesser man's existence, you tolerate a sin against yourself. When you let the lesser man live, you apologize for your greatness. When you let the lesser man be in the same realm as you, you already let him desecrate this entire universe. When you let the lesser man live, you commit a sin against all that is holy. When you let the lesser man live, you commit a crime against the angels. When you let the lesser man breathe a single breath, live a single day, think any thoughts, speak any words, you put a filmy, viscous layer of shame over all of existence and more. You disown your tribe. You disown your unborn future loves and descendants. You disown your lovers and those who you love you the most. You disown the ancestors who dreamt of you. You disown those who pray and worry about you. You disown those who cry to sleep in your memory in hopes that you are well. When you let the lesser man live, you hate all of those who love you. When you let the lesser man live, you kill the very thought of you. When you let the lesser man live, you kill that which you loved most as a child. You kill your dreams and your needs. And when you let the lesser man live, you kill and harm your destiny. When you let the lesser man live, you erase your destined heaven. When you let the lesser man live, you kill heaven and you burn the greatness that all Binger deserve. You burn the needed and the deserved paradise to ashes upon ashes. When you let the lesser man live a single day longer than the war that is announced in the soul of the Matt Harris. The lesser man has the Uncle Tom so beaten in America that he apologizes for other tribes that upset the lesser man. When the unworthy man stands up to the lesser man, the lowly Tom apologizes to the unworthy gods of the unworthy nation and whatever other wretched pieces of lesser filth you can name in an unworthy sentence. When the lesser man stands up and says anything, the Tom has an answer. The Toms apologize in hopes and praise that their unworthy leaders will sprinkle more approval. The Toms give a speech, and at the podium of the lesser house, an open name, feel me? The Toms put on suits and don't realize a suit is an affliction and a curse word against Binger's eternal soul. The suit itself is a strategic lie. The suit itself is a uniform, so you know you ain't helping nobody. The suit itself is a cage for the Tom to dance, monkey, dance, monkey. The suit itself is a cage for the Tom to walk like a hostage. It doesn't cater to his body and his nature. It constrains him and his movements like an awkward skeleton outside his own. The suit around a Tom is like an exoskeleton that has different joints than the human body. The suit is already an apology to the lesser man because you are wearing his like a girlfriend who steals your hoodie. You think it is.
Unbread!
There we go. That was our daily unbreaded. That was our daily unbreaded. Always interesting to get some wisdom from the font that is Matthew Harris, author of Death Sentences, our source text for the daily unbreaded. Whew. All right, chat. All right. That is that. I guess it's time now. Oh my God. We're 4 hours and 11 minutes. It's time to do the rest of the chats. Holy shit. We're going to bust through these quickly. Flam 1, I am fried chicken. Did he actually? Because the allegations against Flamenco were pretty heavy. What the hell? We're going to We're going to do this, the rest of these chats. Sorry, I got distracted. Flamenco beat them charges. Did he really? Kelliam says, for the love of all that is holy, why do I listen to these full streams? Look, Kelliam. Because you know the truth. The truth is you cannot find this anywhere else. Because everywhere else will lie to you, will misrepresent you, will misrepresent themselves, will misrepresent their height like Attorney Tom does. Shortest man on the planet. This little aglet of a man running around. Hello, I'm here to do personal injury and broadcast from my blimp. It's Attorney Tom. That's him. That's what he looks like. That's what he sounds like. I know none of you have ever watched his YouTube videos because nobody does. But that's what he would sound like if you did. And so, you know, I mean, that's what we're up against here. The Attorney Toms of the world. That's improper. You're telling unfunny jokes. They're not right. Nowhere else can you get this. That's why you watch these full streams. That's why. That's why you do it. I don't know what they do for you other than that. They just are, right? No commentary on whether or not, you know, that's a good or bad thing. I'm sure it's terrible. But you know, they just are. That's how it goes. All right, on to super chats. Mr. Bentham says, getting stepped on, embarrassing. Look, it's not Tom's fault. People give Attorney Tom a lot of shit. I'll defend him on this. They're like, oh, yeah, there's pictures of Attorney Tom getting stepped on by cosplay girls at an anime convention. Yeah, they couldn't see him. They were just walking to get like a coffee or whatever. He's really short. He was just overlooked. And in the mayhem, he got stepped on. That's how it goes. Next, Firefucks. Glad to see female Nick back on the stream. Hope she reads all 4 of those unbreaded passages we have missed with you, needing sleep or some faggot excuse. Oh my God. Firefucks, this is brutal language to be using. Says, you keep saying you hate fat people. I got to ask, how do you handle Kurt from Uncivil Law? You always seem to like him when he's on, or Sean from Potentially Criminal. I have no issues with Sean, but are you saying deep down you hope they die from heart failure? Sincerely, Dwight Schrute. Again, I've said this a trillion times. Fatness is a state of mind. And you make fun of fat people who are bothered by being made fun of for being fat. If you make fun of a fat person, they're not bothered by it, don't do it. There's no point, right? Our personal insecurities are where we are vulnerable. The reason I make fun of fat people, I used to legitimately hate fat people. Like, that's real. That's God's honest truth. I would have been considered what you call a fattest when I was younger. Now I don't really fucking care what people do at all with their life. But if they are vulnerable in that way, and I have a reason to make them feel negative, then that's what I use, because that's what I would do to anybody for whatever their vulnerability is. That's just how it goes. That's the art of tearing people down. And I'm a bad person because I know that, and I use it openly, but I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being a bad person. Herman Arminius, my name is Nikki Rackets. I'm a lawyer from Minnesota. I have a big nose. I have enough kids to form a small army. I like balls on my dick, girls. I dance in Dallas under the name Ezra Miller. I choked out Amber Turd. My pronouns are un/breaded. I paid Brett Kavanaugh a visit last night. Use OBS. Firefox, the ACLU and NRA deserve to dangle from the same rope. I agree. Both are pieces of shit who betrayed their core purpose and tenets. Also, if you want a John Roberts cuck meme, check your Twitter DMs for my handle, Firefucks. Great US. For fuck's sake, Ricada Law, do it. I would actually watch it as my first ever D&D game ever in life. Also sub to his locals instead of giving YouTube 30% for fuck's sake, people. Again, you're welcome to give super chats. I am not complaining. There's plenty of value in a super chat. Firefox, seeing your unmirrored video from Jesse Lee Peterson was like watching Marilyn Monroe with Anna de Armas. When the dress flies up, she has a 13-inch throbbing penis, which, as the consummate latent gay, I know arouses you. Yep. Jay Winkler, Nick, do a toast for the trans swimmer Leah Thomas for winning gold. I will not toast. I will not toast a man beating a bunch of women at swimming. That's not an achievement. It's not even close to an achievement. Malik Fox, and you hear about Metal/Hellsinger. It's like a rhythm-centric FPS with similar pacing and aesthetic to Doom, satisfying watching them kill shit to the beat, and songs get more intense the higher your combo. Doesn't look bad, was impressed enough with the trailer and some gameplay footage to mention it. Sounds cool. Sounds cool. But no, the only thing I've seen lately was Warhammer Bolt Gun, which looks fucking awesome. An old, like a Doom 2 engine Warhammer first-person shooter. Looked fucking fun. That's all I've seen recently. No guard. Are Megan's thumbs as mutated as the woman who shares her name? No, she has normal thumbs. Jensen Zeiger. Let's see if you can beat Tim's empty and silent room. Latent breaded boomer. Catnip Dave scratching post. Hi, Nick. Longtime viewer and Discord member. First time super chat. I recently injured my hand. Long story. My hand doesn't work right. Go in for it tomorrow. Need help with a give, send, go. Holy shit. Well, Catnip, show up to live chat tomorrow, whenever that's going to be. Maybe we'll talk about it there for sure. True and on a Shabbat, bad pressure, bad calf care. Tim has the grip figured out. Next time you have to pee, just say you have to evacuate. They won't leave and they'll keep throwing money for hours. Yeah, that was amazing. That was a good move by Tim Pool. I'm gonna try that out. Hors d'oeuvres. Will you go on Dark Stream Pod on unauthorized.tv? Probably. Wait, is the Dark Stream Pod, is that Vox Days podcast? Because he did the Dark Stream, I think, on YouTube for a while. Is that Vox's? If Vox invited me onto his show, I'd go onto his show, sure. Eric from Wisconsin. I'm sorry that our claim to fame isn't Prince and a 2-story Taco Bell. No, your claim to fame is 2-story people when they lay on their sides. You fucking fat monster. Nick will drop you like a bad habit. Okay. James Braun says, appreciate and comprehend state of mind the next time someone actually does say something negative on you or the next time you actually are in the wrong. I don't know if that's a question or a statement or what, but I appreciate you, James. Blue-eyed roof Korean the based. I'd simp for this Megan Fox. The other one has toe thumbs. It's happening with Harper. The last time we were at the Wisconsin Dells, I was 7 months pregnant and I still was the most fit lady there. No joke. Made me feel amazing. Yeah, if you want to ever feel good about your life, go to Wisconsin Dells. Megna Daniel says, poor Warner Brothers, Miller, Hurd, Depp. Rip. An idiot with an opinion, a toast to Camille Vasquez for making Partner. That is pretty good. Pretty good. Russell Hall says, please convince Viva Fry to cosplay as Don King. He needs to get that hair under control. Like, look, I'm all for a free market, but that hair needs a totalitarian government. But anyway, to Camille Vasquez for making Partner, as she should have. She demonstrated really, really top level skills in the courtroom, and that is invaluable. In the fucking frying pan, she comes out working it hard. Establishment or established Lord Friend of Danger, maybe. I see a preview for you on the Fallen State. How long did that take before Jesse started talking about how the Great White Hope? How bad did it derail? He only asked me about the Great White Hope one time. It didn't derail at all. We had the hot seat questions. That's where the Great White Hope was. That's where Do You Love White People was. Overall, I think it's a great show. I'm looking forward to it being released. I'd love to see, I know they quote unquote edit the shows. I'd love to see how much they left in. I thought it was a great conversation. I'd talk to Jesse Lee Peterson any day. He's phenomenal to me. David Schoen, my last name is pronounced the same. Can I sue? Yes. Oh, Shane? Yes, you can. Pastor Flash read that one. Kidda, in addition to Tim, they swatted the quartering too. Look, I think anybody who swats anybody should be drug out into the street, crucified, and have their balls lit on fire. I fucking hate it. I think it's stupid. I think it's bullshit. I think it wastes police resources and it puts police and private citizens in danger. And I would not shed a tear for someone who called in a swatting, dying from a fucking plane crash or a lightning strike or some other act of God. Real Chicken Canada says, wow, I have a shirt coming. Anthony Stazzoni, have you seen Elaine on CBS this morning? Yes, we watched it live. We watched it Monday. Balaam's ass throwing remote controls was my jam. Really now, that explains it. Amber used to be a man. That's why she can't cry. Rach, I got it now. Amber Heard is on testosterone. Raise only 3 times a man should cry. When a parent dies, when his dog dies, and when he sells a vehicle. Importantly, asterisk all of them. Only in private. Never in front of a woman. Based Enjoyer says, I would never super chat a grifter like this. You would have to be special needs to do that. There you go, Based. You're super cool. Good job. I'm proud of you. Sensation says, stop paying money for OnlyFans content. Wait, who pays for OnlyFans? Do people pay for OnlyFans? Oh my God. People pay a bunch of money for amateur pornography when professional pornography is free? Okay. I don't know. They're uploaded for free on Coomer.party and Kimono.party for Pixiv and Fanbox stuff, if that's your thing. There you go. Coomer.party. Christopher Penza, YouTube won't let me super chat my grift. Take my money anyway. Of course I will. Cynthia, tiny man parts don't see big brains. I adore Megan. I like her too. I think she's great. Almanacs, very apropos, has this whole sordid mess with Amber Heard exposed how weaponized Me Too has become? I think partially, yes. Yes, I think it has. Mandy says, can't sleep. Mandy, if you can't sleep, then See Goody is failing. Because you just need like 12 orgasms, then you'll fall asleep. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with Goody? Is your dick broke? What are you doing? Mandy, you better find a supplement. And if by supplement, I mean a dildo. Almanacs says, I like this slightly drunk, honest version. What, of Megan? Because I'm always honest. Charlotte Mercer, agree government needs to butt out, but we let it happen. RN Rules, when are you going to review Johnny Depp's legal team's TV interviews? Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. A bunch of people are really pissed off that I keep doing Johnny Depp content, even though I don't. Like, some guy commented on my Monday stream and they're like, the original fans want the original stuff, not this Johnny Depp stuff. And I was like, the Johnny Depp stuff was like 1/5 or less of the entire stream on Monday. Like, what What the fuck do you want? My Monday stream was about men. It was about men and how society treats men. And then they're like, you're betraying your audience. I'm like, what do you fucking want from me? Anyway, I'll be doing more depth content probably tomorrow. Charlotte Mercer. Wait, read that one. Rachel Chen. Imagine Shane hires Brown Rudnick to sue her for defamation. That'd be great. Muhammad was a pedo, says I demand a gifted sub or else I will blame you. Just kidding. Cherokee girl. Please toast Johnny's birthday. Everyone have a mega pint. It's Johnny's birthday. Happy birthday, Johnny Depp. Johnny, you or anybody on your team wants to do an interview, I'm open. Ryan, the editor, you are a bigger gay than me and you know it. Twilight Dragon 3. Be careful, Megan, that David sounds like Greer. He might settle this over dinner at Olive Garden. Influences by Ariadna Jacob says, by the way, I don't think she's around anymore. Ariadna Jacob, I'm going to hit you up for an interview because I think this Taylor Lorenz stuff is fascinating. I was reading your story, remembering that I've already read your story, but I'm going to read more into it and I would love to talk to you about it. She says, Taylor Lorenz wouldn't take evidence on background for her hit piece about me in New York Times. I couldn't share NDA info on the record without breaching contracts, but that info would have exonerated me 100%. And then she also says, I sued Taylor Lorenz and New York Times. Defendants set up the rules of the game to allow off-the-record evidence to create a defamatory story, but refused to allow off-the-record evidence to rebut it. Yeah, we're going to be, Ariadna, I'm going to be looking into your lawsuit a lot because my initial glance looks really, really interesting. Rusty Shackelford says, I'm old enough to remember when Rachel Maddow said OAN is really literally is paid Russian propaganda and was found innocent of defamation. Yep. Eric, that D&D campaign needs to be a graphic novel. Eric Winberg, great Megan, the hot crazy matrix proved again. Bitter sweetheart, 46 and 2. You say witches like it's a bad thing. Don't do us like that. No, she means the comically bad witches in the fantasy sense, not in the literal sense. Not applicable. If you can write that in 5 minutes, you're brilliant. Hold my beer. Megan, do you know the Mexican actress Mariana Trevino? You were like sisters. Pip Thespian, you should invite Johnny to that D&D game. Can I come? I love it, Megan. Influences by Ariadna Jacob says, Megan, what are your thoughts on Taylor Lorenz? Taylor Lorenz. I don't know how to say her fucking last name. Sula 1776, quartering got swatted. That's bullshit. I hope he's okay. Gloria Lewis, gadfly, objection, hearsay. Also, Amanda Jones, Johnny Depp's celebratory meal was curry for Dr. Muffins, question mark. Mandy says, my brother watched one of your shows and texted me, why do you give money to this person? Stop that. Wait, what? Mandy, do I have to fly out and kick your brother's ass? What's his fucking problem? Does he not understand the grift? Does he not like the show? He only watched one? Stop giving him money, that piece of shit. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Piece of shit. Joshua read that one. Amanda Jones read that one. Minor Zircon. Wait, waifu pillows come with holes. What the fuck? I was ripped off. Mine is just a normal pillow. Now I'm mad. Giant mess. No, not priesthood. He might get a lot more as he doesn't want. Nick's Noodle Arm says, that's right, Nick. You still have to strengthen us. Oh, it's coming. It's coming. Mandy Karabcha says, well, he's more into dad stuff. I did a whole video about men. I'll bring back the Mandy. Make him watch some of the old Chad Dad chats. That's what you need to make him watch. And I hope to do another one soon. Make him watch one of those. I love the Chad Dad chats. Nate Houstman, male college cheerleader, not gay, male color guard, gay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Male college cheerleader, you're holding asses all day. Male color guard, you're holding a fucking pole. Gay. Ryoji Mata, I'll have you know I sleep exceedingly well with my Lamia Dakimakura. Yeah. Yeah. See, there's another one. I'm not criticizing. Malkaran had Title IX training and was told if you ever hear something that might be sexual harassment, report it. Even if you're not sure what you heard, I see it as a green light for nosy people to force themselves on others. Correct. If you see the name Jaguar, that's probably him. That's his Air Force nickname. Hey, Jaguar, I look forward to the day of your first super chat. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you, and I'm coming for your bank account, and I'm coming for that debit card, and I'm coming for that PayPal, and I'm coming all over you, and I'm coming all inside of you, and I'm coming all after you. You're going to be paying, and you know it, and here it's going to come, Jaguar. So get your cum catcher glasses on, because you're about to catch this cum. Nate Houtzman, 1 Corinthians 7-4, for the wife does not rule over her own body, but the husband does. Likewise, the husband does not rule over his own body, but the wife does. Not applicable for additional context. Decisions were life or death in Shakespeare times, and men died first. Cooperation within the family was mandatory for survival. Ian Benoit, I'm sure Leah Thomas can work on an oil rig. Striker A, elites believe Thomas Malthus and the carrying capacity theory. There are too many people and they need to convince the lesser people to not reproduce. That's true. That is very true. Not applicable, says Ricada Law. My last super chat is relevant to this. Okay. Austin Kaiser. Hey, Nick, could I email you for some broad legal advice involving a breach of trust that I believe cost me millions of dollars? Yeah, but you might want to email like an attorney for specific legal advice, but yes, you can. Remove her in a woods. Obedience implies a choice. In this case, out of love, a woman would be obedient to a man because he is obedient to God. Sith happens. A real feminist allows women to blossom in whatever way is best for the woman without judgment. Period. Tiffany Houston, calling me to repentance on my marriage and money, money, money. She sent that twice. Oh, okay. There you go, Tiffany. Mario Carter 13. Amber Heard should sue the Honda Civic. Carlos Estrada. Bumblebee tuna. A bumblebee classified as a fish. Yes. Oh, that's weird. The California classified bumblebees as fish. Very, very strange. Kyan Rennell. Darkside Phil can find the names of people who received gifted subs on his channel. Try harder, Boomer. Anyway, Joe Neerman smells like Manischwitz. I have no idea how he would. I'll have to see. Not sure. Joe Schmo, 1 of 3. Nick only sings with autotune, so he couldn't play Bard. High charm with persuasion buff sounds like a thief with no stealth. Couldn't hide the nose anyway. I do not only sing with autotune. Don't you lie about me. Don't you lie about me, you fag. Kim Ripley, I think he should agree to 3.5 mil paid to the hospital in lieu of Johnny Depp on the same payment schedule. Well, one, there is no payment schedule. So that'd be hard. But 2, I disagree. Mama to 2 Howeries. Loving the stream, Nick, always great, but Megan is a hoot. So much laughing. I love her. I think she's great. Nora Vanguard. Hi, Megan. You said you wrote articles on Missouri courts. Where would I be able to find them? My sister's been dealing with a stalker for several years and has been made to go through the courts. Rigmarole. It's actually linked in the description. It's linked in the description, in the pinned chat, or not in the, it's pinned in the chat window. The pinned link is there. The Devil's Advocate, 4 whores and 7 years ago, our 4 doors brought forth a new degeneration, conceived in iniquity and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created in equal. Ian Benoit, since the quartering got swatted tonight and doesn't seem here to grift, order coffee brand coffee. It is good, especially when getting swatted. More unbreaded havoc. Jeremy was swatted tonight after Tim. He says Nick is his prime suspect. Ethan says he was swatted also. I swatted all of them. I swatted them out of the way of my grift. That's what I did. I didn't call a police officer. Renegade Shuriken says, you see Flamenco felt the Kino Casino tonight. I did not. I was curious about the allegations, but very interested to see what happened. Eric Winberg, Spiegel, Back to the Future. Bad Dragonite. Apparently, some ordinary gamers / Mutahar was asked by YouTube to make a video bringing awareness to a new Canadian bill, C11. Any thoughts on that? I have no thoughts on that, but I do have thoughts on this. Mutahar, some ordinary gamer, absolutely torched Ethan Ralph. He fucking filleted him live on Twitter, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Shador says, F Amazon got permabanned because they decided some random account that violated their TOS was me, so I can't have an account anymore. Fuck. Cledge Fenrir, talk about genocide, but never Geno front. Geno back, Geno up, Geno down, down jokes. G-Men NC. Nick, how about a toast? George Floyd has now been sober for 2 years straight. I read that one. Kaylee Johnson. Hey, from New Ulm, Minnesota. Hey, Kaylee Johnson. How you doing in New Ulm? What's in New Ulm? I've been there. Is there, fuck. I'm trying to think what if I've eaten in New Ulm or whatever. Anyway, it doesn't matter. None of these places are things I'm thinking of. Let's see what you got. I live on a farm place that was attacked during the Sioux uprising. My laundry room door shut by itself when you did your Lincoln impression. They're still salty, apparently. Whoa. Oh shit. We had a ghost encounter there in the chat. That's amazing. Well, hello, Kaylee Johnson. How are you? Shout out to New Ulm. And I hope you have a wonderful time. Enjoy your weird native spirits in your house. Not applicable. Breakups don't overvalue those who undervalue you. M.A. There's no man or woman worth your life. What about Jesus? Alpha. I meant there's no man or woman worth killing yourself over. Literally suicide. I don't think Jesus wants you to suicide either. Alpha Kenny 1. 40 sounds scary. I just hit 30. I'm going to be ready. Please recommend an alcohol. Friend said he will bring one when he visits from America. Also, massage is better. Question mark. I don't know what you mean with that. Recommend an alcohol. Lagavulin 16. There you go. 16-year Lagavulin. It's about $100. It's great. Mario Carter 13, you're dead. Do you care if the killer takes a bite? No. I encourage them to. So Geshoku 01 says flamenco allegations were not real in any capacity. PPP, aka Ethan 2.0, only evidence was flamenco saying he doesn't want his ex mod to Ann Hero and he not wanting anything with some Dimitri. Okay. Mandy, my health is fine. My health is very good. I'm still tired and my voice is still recovering from talking for, 15 to 17 hours a day for Johnny Depp. So but my overall health is just fine, but thank you for asking. I'm also extremely tired today as I woke up at 6 a.m. and I have not had a nap. I can't wait to go to sleep. Griffin Lawrence, hey Nick, just got my first bottle of whiskey, Maker's Mark. How do you store it? In like a fridge? No. God, no. Or just room temp. Yes, room temp. Also, did I just buy something bad? You did not buy something bad. I don't like Maker's Mark personally, just the regular Maker's, because it is very sweet. It is a sweet bourbon. I'm not a big fan of that. But that being said, Maker's is fine. Most people like it. It's a basic, normal whiskey. There's a lot of those around that same price range, and they're all pretty, they're relatively interchangeable. They've got different quirks to them. When you want to start talking more expensive whiskeys and more adventurous whiskeys, let me know. I'm here for you, brother. Enjoy your Makers, though. Enjoy it. Evie Warner heard this Camille song and thought it was creepy. Disinfection. Can I have a toast? I passed my bachelor's finals on Tuesday, chemistry major. I enjoy your streams very much. Thanks for your hard work. Disinfection. I got you, fam. Fuck. Probably too much to drink. Disinfection. Cheers to you passing your bachelor's in chemistry finals or taking them. I assume you passed. Congrats on that. A noble endeavor. I have a big respect for chemists. My grandfather was a chemical engineer. It served him very well. May it serve you at least as well, if not better, than it served him. May your studies into chemistry lead you to fruitful career paths and many, many incomes in the future. Cheers. Scroats McGoats. When I was a kid, I thought the Night Stalker was hiding in a junkyard on a hill behind our house. Spent weeks sleeping under my bed. Adam Warlock. Some kids grow up to find their parents did porn. Oh, read that one. Phantasmagorical. I'm not the mom of the young man and his brother from earlier. I want to send him and his brother a bunch of love. Thank you, Nick, for giving us all a voice. Phantasmagorical, your story is seriously heart-wrenching, and I commend you for working through it. I really do. Cynthia, Nick, please toast to C. Goody, who does God's work around here. He's moved to an owned home. Half this chat is whining at him publicly and privately, and all he needs is a certain girl's phone number. Advice for him? Yes, I have. Well, to C. Goody, the gayest hetero I know, who also still likes women. His modship is appreciated and thoroughly respected. I shit on C. Goody a lot, but it's always in good fun and jest, and I think he knows that. But if he doesn't know that, then he's super gay and should probably get his probably get a vaginoplasty for his stretched out labia. But that being said, cheers to him. And my advice to him on needing a girl's phone number: have you ever seen the movie Sneakers? See, Goody, try it. Best way to get a phone number, right there. Cheers, buddy. All right. Next, Tracy Gordon. I am in Missouri and a victim of the family court system. Need help from Megan if possible. How to reach out to her? Please help. Tracy, email me. I'll see if I can get you in touch. Scroats McGoats. Fear of the Night Stalker was boosted by hysterical preachers ranting about Satanism and entertainment. The satanic panic messed us up for a long time. That's true. Phantasmagorical, by the way, I screen grabbed your toast because I don't know how to clip yet. I'll be posting it to my itty bitty channel. I hope that's okay. Thanks again, Nick. 100% okay. 100%. 200-watt studio. Nick was known in college as the glory hole killer. That's true. That's true. Bad Dragonite, maybe a generational thing, but I know way more female horror fans than male horror fans. Weird. P Fuss, I solved today's Wordle in 4 moves. Good luck. MLP, Megan is wicked smart. Pip Thespian, my favorite stream is Late Night with Nick and Medium Smart Megan. Urania Vargas, I get Linda from Bob's Burger vibes. Love it. Carlos Estrada, Your Honor, she's much too smart for Binger. Constantine the Late. Nick missed last night because I was at work. Oh, I missed last night too. Don't worry about it. Late hiding from a tornado in the walk-in cooler. Missed me, thankfully. Would have lost a barrel's worth of whiskey. Fuck that. Nicholas Cruiser. Megan, you've slipped to 2.2 out of 10 smartness. Your orbs are still 8 out of 10, though. Chat loves Megan's orbs. Manny Fresh. Ask her if men who don't watch porn should expect virgins, given the huge negative effect her being with multiple men has on marriage. Maybe they should. IB Shakikin Jack. As a guy that found porn at 8, it is very damaging to a kid. It turns to a heavy addiction that can lead you down a dark road. AD Megan, remember Nick's life advice. See, Goody says, not a porn fan. My imagination is so much better, except amateur porn. Rezikai, pretty sure if offered, Nick would sell his dignity for a new set of model paints and a half-eaten Snickers bar. I don't think you'll be seeing any naked pictures or videos of me. But maybe that's just serving the grift, right? Christopher Penza, YouTube won't let me super chat my grift. Take my money anyway. Oh, shit. Bad Dragonite says, people who get mad over live chat Wednesday are breaded anyway. Thomas Potts, did you see Depp's lawyer's TV interviews on GMA CBS? I did not. I did not yet. Bad Dragonite, replace live chat Wednesday with a weekly mosque of the unbreaded where everyone quietly meditates on the words of the Prophet Harris. Fattest Dolphin, quick suggestion, please. Where to start with 40K lore? P.S. Thanks for giving me the encouragement on the exercise bike a few weeks ago. 10 pounds down. Oh, that's awesome. Fuck. Okay. The literal best place to start with 40K lore. Oh, 40K lore, lutein. Lutein 09 is phenomenal, comprehensive, covers big subjects. Once you get into lutein, pull up the 40K wikis. You can watch some other creators. Major Kill is great, hilarious. My man Arch is very good. You got a Border Prince. You've got Wolf Lord Rowe. You've got Commissar Gamza. I'm sure I'm leaving others out. You can watch a shitload of YouTube. If you're talking about books, though, if you want to read books, just start with the Eisenhorn trilogy, which starts with Xenos by Dan Abnett. It's good. It'll get you right in. It'll give you just enough exposure to the entirety of 40K throughout the trilogy to get a feel for what it is. And they're fun books to read. Perobi 925. As a Wisconsin native living in Georgia, I miss people watching in the Dells. Only thing better is the state fair. Ooh. Joe K, based enjoyer, is a fat mad. And Renetra sent a super sticker that just says, thanks. Fattest Dolphin says, I'm going to get that Eisenhorn book. Thanks. Good. Yeah, go get it. Go get it, brother. I hope it's easily gettable. I don't know. I have the Eisenhorn Omnibus. Start there. Enjoy it. All right, guys. That's the show. I'm fucking tossed and exhausted. Many of you are still in chat for some fucking reason. We'll see you tomorrow. I've got some good shows coming up. So we're going to be covering a bunch of stuff. And yeah, that's what I got. Fuck off. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer till he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost blaming tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no